Hello. Hello. Good Friday. Good Friday, lads and lasses. Do we have a game to make? Oh, ASMR. Not for you. It's for me. Oh, I need to update the... Well, we're not doing loot and bug fixing today. I'm thinking today I'm going to do a lore bookshelf. I'll tell you why we're doing that, even though it is technically a lot sooner than we should be doing it, according to our Trello. Hey, Dramox. You are the first today. Oh my god. Oh! He sniffed it! I wonder if sniffing farts is bad for your brain. I wonder if, like, the methane kills brain cells. Do you think it's worth it? I think it's still worth it. Doesn't matter. It's one of life's greatest gifts. If God didn't want us sniffing our farts, he wouldn't make methane lighter than air. Simple. Actually, is methane lighter than air? I'm not gonna look that up. I will not look it up. Ooh, I wanted to do something. Hold on. I wanted to add the Fab plugin. Hold on. I'm immediately going to close the engine. The fuck? Oh, it's just the hierarchy discrepancy. I need to figure out how I can fix those. I don't think those warnings cause any problem, but they're a little annoying. There should be a Fab plugin that I can enable. I was doing it last night, but I didn't save it. So now we'll do it, we'll save it. And it's pretty cool because you can add things directly from your library into the engine, while in engine. Apparently if I go down here and I search Fab, there it is. Install. Just to make a bridge like that for Unity too, that would be cool. I mean, you'd think that it would, because Fab supports Unity, right? So... maybe in the future? Yeah, and then I'll upload the, oh no, it would just be part of the main game stuff, because it isn't an external plugin. Hope they will. That'd be cool. Although, they need to do some work on Fab, because apparently it's just full of copyrighted material. From what I've seen, it is just full of people ripping off models from games and uploading them for money. And you would think they'd have somebody checking that each item that's been supported, been uploaded to be put on the marketplace. They even had a whole month before the release of Fab where they said, hey, if you're going to upload something, do it now, that way it can be there day one. I thought they'd be doing it so that they can vet accounts. For selling copyrighted audio in Unity Store, Unreal, and other stores. I mean, at this point, if it isn't copyrighted, it's made by AI. That's the only two. Okay, where can I get it from? Oh, I just need to enable the plugin, don't I? Fab. Oh, it's enabled. Okay. So I should be able to go to my library. And there it all is. Still not sorted well. I love it. Am I able to put it in custom folders now? No, I still cannot put these into custom folders. You fix nothing, Epic. And worse yet, apparently we cannot see our old wish lists. I'd have to contact support to get my wish list back. Wonderful. God damn it. Create a custom event system, an event aggregator, and I want to use it for everything now. I gotta be careful as it can get spaghetti really fast. Could get spaghetti. That is pretty cool though. I love making those sorts of things. Okay, so today I want to make a lore bookshelf, which I don't think would take me more than a day to do. However, there might be some plugins that we could use to speed things up. I just don't know if I want to. I'm gonna be old school and just load up Fab on. Yeah, it's basically a way so that NPCs or merchants or in the world you could find books, and they'll go to the bookshelf, and you can read them. So that kind of thing. So like Spoon, you know, we had Spoon mention that he will give you a book about sewer goblin lore, but he can't do that right now because we don't have it. So I'd like to get that in the game. And I know there were some pretty decent plugins on the old store. I don't know if they're here still, and I don't know how well they perform. So if I have to make it myself, I can and I will. Otherwise, I'll just see if there's anything that is relatively cheap that we could use instead. Mimic book. That is an actual mimic. There is this one. Which seems halfway decent. There is a demo. This is from 2020. Is it still even usable? It says it is. Guess we'll see. No, it's downloading really fucking slow. Okay. Let's use the Dropbox. No, item was deleted. Okay, let's look at the YouTube video. This is not particularly challenging for me to make. But if I can get something that's better than what I could make for 25 bucks. You run to robot. Yeah, and see this has the this has the animation, which I can't really do. I'm not good at that shit. This is the Pepsi pineapple. The mango's alright, but I prefer the pineapple. Auto turn to index. Kind of nice. You didn't do well with the mango. I prefer the original. Yeah, mango to me was just like, eh. If somebody gives it to me, I'll drink it. You guys get the blue one? No, I haven't. We had a lime mint for a while, and that was amazing. Lime mint was incredible. That was an amazing flavor. You could add some whiskey to that, some bourbon. Beautiful. But they don't sell it anymore. Blue was Pepsi Max with raspberry and licorice? I would try it. I don't know if I'd feel good about it. This doesn't look bad. This does not look terrible. This is from 4 years ago. Should we do this? It was worse than it sounds. Uh-oh. I was in Czechia a couple years ago and they had Coca-Cola cinnamon. That was pretty interesting. I didn't hate it. Yeah, I think it looks okay for 25 bucks. We would just make our own system probably for the full game, rather than paying the $250 for the professional version. So the BP, it is at least commented out. There is an issue though where I can tell at a glance these are the old, you know it and I know it, these are old input blueprints. So unless these have been updated to work with input actions, we're gonna have to do some custom configuration. I could be wrong. You can hope he updated, yeah. It does say this is the demo character. Hey, Bless 3D. Good to see you guys. Travel to Spain quite frequently, and they have Pepsi Light and Pepsi Light Lemon. Oh, that'd be nice. I also don't really want being able to pick up and drop books. I feel like this could get a little... This could get a little weird with my input system. But I'm sure that I can retrofit it. Primarily, I do think that the pages look okay, the animations look nice. I think this will work. What are we doing today? We are adding the lore bookshelf primarily because I have a call set up next week with our combat designer to talk about potions, and I don't want to work any further on combat yet until he and I have talked. So I'm going to do something just minor and quick in the meantime. Use the book, it grabs from the shelf and opens it, then when you're done it slides back in. Pretty much, that's what I'll try to do. Alright, let me buy it. Let me buy it. Loading your order. Oh, let's save my card, okay. What are my credit card details? You guys want to know my credit card details? 1, 2, 3, 6, 9. I'll enter my name. John Cena. Tax! I have to pay tax! Fuck taxes. The worst part is I don't even make enough money as a company to write this off as a business expense. Okay, I have it. I can use some more art assets. Okay, where's my library? Where's book? There it is. How do I add it? You in vault. I thought you could add it just from here. I did it last night. Okay, whatever. Oh, I have to create a fucking project in what migrated. God damn it. That's why I can't just. That's so frustrating. Where is it? I'm thinking about Unreal and some assets. Yeah, I mean, I think I kind of get why they did it. I don't hate that it... I don't always hate it. Like in this case, what it'll mean is that I can fully edit these once I migrate them over, and there's gonna be no issues with plugins and all that shit, right? Because the thing with plugins is it's kind of annoying to edit some of the base files. There's pros and cons, I guess, to each. Gonna play the demo a little bit. I could play the demo a little bit. I think it was just compiling shaders. Yeah, it's fine. It was just compiling shaders. I was like, ain't no way the FPS is that bad. God, my mouse sensitivity is ass though. Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah. See this. How do I drop it? Oh, F. And how do I go left and right? Oh, left and right mouse button. Oh. 5 pages is the recommended minimum amount. 25 pages is the max amount. Why is 25 pages the max amount? What happens with more than 25 pages? You couldn't find a way to make this poolable? I mean, you would just create and destroy a widget. It would just go to garbage collection. I don't see a reason why you can't just queue up the, like, the previous and the next pages. You think he spawns 25? Do you think he actually spawns 25 at once? I can always fix that. What I would do is right now, because I have 2 pages, I would just load up the next 2 and the previous 2. Or, I mean, honestly, widgets are so quick to load. I don't see any reason why with this animation you can't just call these the moment the click happens. I don't know. I think the page itself is an actor. Whatever is on is the widgets. The page itself might be the issue. Check the hierarchy. I'll check it once I migrate it over, and we can fix it if needed. I don't see any reason why there should be a problem here. Migrate. I want to copy examples over. Maybe. And I'll just delete the things I don't need. $200 megabytes, most of that's going to be textures that we could delete these like example covers. Yeah, we can just copy it all over. Oop. Hold on. That was not the content folder. There we go. Furry folder. No, I don't have that. I do not have that on this computer. Alright, so he put most of the... I think he put all the interaction in his character. CH interactive book, I imagine. Yeah. So we can rework that into our character with the interaction component. In fact, we can just reparent the book to our interactable. And we can start with that. It's got functions for go to next page, previous page. And pick up book. And then drop book. I think this will be relatively easy to fix. No, this should be easy. I don't want to take any of these. These are kind of fucked up. He's got most of the functions on BP master book that we'll need to use. So we'll just start from scratch and do it that way. So we'll put this down. Blueprint master book. Now I wonder if he was making child blueprints of this, or if he was just changing, I don't know. I don't know if he was what he was doing with master book. Stop building navigation. Maybe instance copies? Yeah, I'm wondering if he either instance copies, which it seems like he might have. There are pages, and these are blueprints. Pages spawn state, spawn on pickup. Okay. Book size, random size, book physics. Okay. And when you pick it up, it spawns the pages. We'll check out what it says here. You might on interact call it is valid. Pick up book. Target is BP master book. You know, at least there isn't much spaghetti here, to be honest. This is... I don't know why. Why do people do this? Why do people put the variables underneath? It just looks really bad. I'd rather your function take up more space and be more neatly organized. Okay, what is it doing? Spawn actor, add page to book. Specific index or find free slot. So why would it have an issue with only 25? Allow variables to connect via the left side so that style looks more neat. Either that or what you could do is more intelligently show the connections here. Like, if I have a boolean that I want to connect to fire notifies, I should be able to drag and drop that variable into here, and it becomes slotted inside the node itself, rather than being connected via here, although I could still do that. Wouldn't that be cool? So that you all just have, like, just node chunks? I don't know. You can always collapse nodes too, but I think that that shouldn't be overused, in my opinion. You want to edit them, they would need a different way to do it after. Yeah, not the greatest idea, is it? Well, let's see what his examples were doing. Actors, BP book example. He is making children rather than instances. Which in my opinion is probably going to be what I'll do too. It just feels a little bit safer. Let's use one of these example books. And we'll see if we can get this working with our character. Book physics. We would have no physics for ours. And I need to reparent the master book. To, it wasn't in, was it interactable? I think it was. I don't want it to be too big because the player will need to, you know, pick these up on the shelf, but what I can do, I think, is adjust the thickness of a book. I'm not sure though. That's true if you want the size to be random. But yeah, that does set the book scale, but it's only, it's just a uniform scale. I think having them a little bit thicker would make it easier to pick up and read. And I imagine we could do that without dramatically screwing things up. You like them thick. For now, we'll just keep it the way it is, though. That'll work. And in event graph, we'll do that. And I'm gonna grab the tooltip from object with tooltip. Which, in fact, I probably could have. I could always change the parent to that too. Since this is already set up. Yeah, I'll do that. Delete. Reparent object with tooltip. If we want, we can make our own custom like book tooltip pop-up. We have that set up now to be possible. But this will make it easy because it'll already have the right tooltip, and then I can just put in book, test book, description. Let's see. Yeah, begin play, we need to run the parent. I'm gonna modify this real quick and just do a quick validation. See, to me, this looks a lot more organized than if I were to be like this. I don't know. Tomato, tomato. How do I run the parent begin play? Oh god, somebody recently tried to teach me how to do this and I forgot how to do it. Because otherwise this will not run the parent script for begin play. UE5 run parent blueprint. Only in a parent event. Right click on the node. There we go. Okay, good. Learned something new. That's annoying. I think if it's not valid, we will also just remove this. Oh god, what is it? It's destroy component. I don't know what this spawn pages is. It's kind of weird how it says page spawn state, spawn in radius. This sets how the pages should be spawned. There is a fake page mesh that is toggled on and off depending on the setting. This also tells the pages when to spawn. It is set to spawn on pickup for performance reason. Other settings include a specific spawn distance or spawn on play. This means it can spawn the pages visually depending on these settings. Oh, I see. Does it destroy them then when the player puts down the book? You know, does it send those actors to garbage collection? Because I could see an issue where if you have 100 books and it's spawning in 25 actors each, I imagine it must destroy pages, right? Hey, Sujinikuma. Drops the book to the floor. And maybe drop book is where we destroy. Yeah, we do destroy pages. Okay. 4 each in the page array. We need to make sure that we do that. Okay, master book has the parent. We should be able to walk up to this and see the tooltip. I see nothing there. Because this is a child and it doesn't have the book test book description. However, it's not going to do anything if we interact with it right now. But at least we have our interaction and tooltip working. We'll go into the book. We will call event interact. I don't think we do anything with the parent on this. I'll double check. Yeah, we don't do anything. We want to call close tooltip. How do we want to handle this? I'd rather use widgets on the book itself to turn the page, rather than rely on inputs. So I could always rework the page widget itself to have a button there that you can use to turn the pages. That would be slightly preferable to me than, or even just clicking the whole page with an invisible button. If you click that page, it doesn't. What exactly are you working on? Books, lore, sewer goblin lore is what I'm working on. Generic books, lore books, or spell books? Lore books. Which I guess we could also do generic books, right, too. Imagine Elder Scrolls, and you pick up a book and you read it and things like that. Porn books. We'll see. Maybe sewer goblin mating rituals we can have a book on. Elder Scrolls just some old guy reading? No, not the actual Elder Scrolls in the Elder Scrolls series, but the lore books that you pick up. What is the function called? Just pick up a book. Okay. Does that work here? It says it needs a scene component object reference. Book scene component. Why is that used? And we need to add the... Oh no, that's a component for... tooltips. What does it need a scene component for? Attach component to component. The book's collision. Well, I don't really want the player to be able to move while reading, so I don't think we're gonna need that. Hey, Chad. Hello, Alchemy Chads. I'm gonna forego this. For the moment. I don't think that's necessary. What I will do is on book picked up. Get player controller. Input mode. UI. Mouse cursor. It's gonna bitch at me for not putting in a widget to focus, but you know, whatever. We'll see if this works. Did nothing. It picked it up. I see now why they attach it to the component. I could do that. I could do that. Just a scene component, this shouldn't cause any problems. Add scene. Okay, so we do want that scene component. But it doesn't need the spaghetti itself out here. Wait, is that the right one? Should be. Made a physics engine in Minecraft. Wild. Let's make a quick function for grabbing the players. Get player book component. And we need to output a scene component. Get player character. And grab the book scene component. I don't know if there are other locations where we would need to call this. Since before it was being called from a custom character, so it would be easier to pass through to that function. This will just save me a little bit of space. I could even do a validity check. Worst case. It should put it... Hold on, I need to adjust the location of it to be the same as it was here. 10 and 180 on the rotation. And we'll see if it works. I won't be able to interact with it or anything, but it should spawn in front of my face. Yes. And the tooltip does not go away. I can fix that. How hard is it to add cars? Why, quite. If you've never worked with Chaos before, it can be pretty challenging to get it working well. I mean, there are some templates you can download that'll make it easier, but it ain't the easiest thing in the world. It is interactable. True. Otherwise, run close tooltip. And then when we pick it up, we just set interactable to be false. We'll need to make sure that we set this back to true though when we place it down. That should prevent the tooltip from popping up. Okay, that's one thing solved. Yeah, I might just do clicking on this. I don't know if this is I think this is a separate texture rather than a widget. I could put a widget on top of here, although I need to see how that's working. Granted, I could get a hit result under cursor right now and just say, has it hit the book? Yes, then open it up. You know, is book open? Okay, don't fire that trace. But I would need to put that on. Oh, how do I want to do this? I could load a mapping context. That might be a really good idea to use a input mapping context for reading. I might do that. I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do it. IMC book. Input action. Book click. Anyone dare me to eat lunch today? I don't know, man. That seems like a bannable offense. I skip lunch for that reason. So I mean, if you wanna take that risk, go for it. Which is so strict. Eating lunch, that's just what them liberals want you to do. Or the MAGA Republicans, that's what they'd want you to do. You choose your flavor, whichever you believe in is the worst. Okay, let's get input. Is it get enhanced input local player subsystem, or is it? Yeah, I think it is. Lunch has become too political. Get politics out of my lunch. Cool that you can have priority for mapping context. I kind of like that. It's a nice feature so you don't have to have like booleans for, well, you know, the player's looking at the book, so should they have this mapping context open? Like, no, just make that priority then. Either way, this should work. We have the mapping context. What we can then do we could actually handle it within the book itself. by enabling input. And use book click on triggered. Go to next page. I think that would work. Couldn't get the local. Okay, so there's a hold on. There's a different one that needs to be used here. I always forget which one it is. Oh yeah, we have to plug in. Okay. Enhanced input local player subsystem needs a controller input. Even though this one didn't have it. It's not doing anything. Does it not go to next page? The book is picked up. Go to next page. Is it getting fired? Probably not, because input is UI and game only. What I have to do is instead of setting it to input, I should set it to. I should just remove mapping context for the player to be able to move. Let me see which one I need to remove. I think it's core. No, it's the default. However, I don't want them to be able to open their inventory. My mapping contexts are so messy. Would you make it if you want to have two different actions on same input? Would you go to state machine with enums, or would you go with mapping and load that up and switch all the time? You can use enhanced input and have priorities on mapping contexts. So if you've enabled a context that should take priority in that moment, you just set it to higher priority and it will consume the input. So you don't have to go with any state machines or enums or anything. So for me, enhanced input is really great in that regard. It would be cleaner. Give me a case scenario, maybe. Because I could see an issue where if the player is driving, yeah, but then you would just have different mapping context for, is the player moving around, is the player driving, two separate things. You have combat and blocking on same buttons. Combat and blocking on same buttons? I guess I could see a case where you have like a shield bash, right? So swinging your sword is left click, holding up your shield is right click, while holding right click and pressing left click, it performs a shield bash. You can do combinations though with enhanced input. You can handle the combinations that way too. So I don't know. I guess you could do it either way. I'm not sure in this state if I could say if one would be better than the other. But I do know you could do it either way. Because you can add triggers and modifiers and stuff to enhanced input, which I think gives you a little bit more freedom. Probably. And with enhanced input, then you also have a greater number of event calls for it. Yeah, I don't know if one of them is more consuming than the other. And even then, even if one might be, it might just be very negligible in terms of CPU usage. But it's worth trying out, I guess. Worth seeing. I don't like that I have open inventory as a core. Oh, I don't like this. Because the only way that I can have input on here is if I enable input in game and in inventory, or on in UI and, well, I could remove context. I don't need input on UI, but I want to have input on UI. No, I don't. Why would I want that? I could do game only. There are 3D widgets that spawn in the pages anyway. But I would need to remove context better. And I think my contexts right now are pretty poorly set up. I could refactor that. I don't believe I have a significant number of uses in my game right now where I call and adjust mapping context. Wouldn't be a problem to refactor that. Not that many use cases. I could also just remove core as well. I want the player to be able to escape, but I could put that in the book context itself. So I could remove default, remove core, just add book, have specific inputs just for when you're looking at a book. And then when the player closes the book, we remove book and add back those other two. And then I wouldn't have to refactor. Even though I should refactor it. Well, I don't have to, so, you know, I'm not gonna. I'll make a new function for handle input context pickup So let's first remove context. IMC default. I was pretty intimidated by enhanced input, and then I spent about 3 hours learning how to use it. And I'm like, holy shit, this is so much better than the old system. If you ever tried to set up something similar to contextual inputs with the old system with, what did they call it? Well, just like the input, I don't even know what they called it. I forget what they called it. Either way, it was a horror show. You had to set up state machines, and if your game was complex, it was never again. Core and default. Okay, so we can delete this, delete this. I could just grab enable input on here. You know who Sneeko is? I mean, I've heard the name, but I certainly don't watch any of these new age content creators. These damned kids. Okay, good, don't. What did he do? They're funny to laugh at. I think that they're, in some cases, a lot of these new ones, like Kai and stuff, they make some good content. It's just clearly not targeted at me the same way that when PewDiePie was popular, I was already too old for him. But now that he settled down and had a kid, I actually like his new content way more because he's now an adult and he just makes like normal millennial type content. It's weird. I'm not good at shout tubers. Yeah, me neither. It's too exhausting. I don't mind an energetic YouTuber. You know, I watch like Jabbo. He makes a lot of like Elder Scrolls content, and he's very energetic. But it's clearly aimed at people roughly my age. It's different. A lot of those people only have viewer bases because they make a lot of inflammatory nonsense. Yeah, Kai actually just makes good content, but he's a little bit too, there's too much energy for me. You know, I'm a co-Carnage Dan's Gaming kind of watcher. Just like wholesome middle-aged dudes. Linus is the right level of energetic and ADHD chaos to me. Yeah, I feel that. Okay, let's add an input action as well for IA book escape. This way you can press the escape key and close the book if you want. Although I'll probably add in multiple ways to close the book. Hey anomalies. Going good today. Steady progress. And hiccups and burps. You know, the usual. Okay, pickup book. Handle input context for pickup. Book escape. Uncompleted. Drop book. Although we're going to refactor this, so it's okay if it doesn't really work right now. Our form of dropping the book needs to be putting it back where it's supposed to be on the shelf. And the coughing because of Pepsi and lungs. You guys have me figured out. Okay, I mean, that went to next page, but I don't know what pages this has. It's just got a bunch of, like, empty pages. So what, does going to next page skip empty pages? Not that we'd probably have that issue, but maybe? Clear queue backwards. Go to next page. It doesn't seem to ignore it if the page is empty. At least that I can see. It's kind of weird that it jumped to that index. Maybe I'll try it with one of the books that is more written out. Just to see if it's working properly. Info book. Book physics, no physics. Should be good to go. Should probably set that as a default. It's really wonky. It doesn't always seem to trigger the next page, and I don't know why. Is something consuming it? I'm gonna do this just so that I can see if one of these is getting triggered at a different time. Even though it's gonna skip through a whole bunch, right? Doesn't matter. That was loud. Yeah, I've just clicked twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. It's really, it's like, something else is eating it. And I don't know why. Where's the widget reflector? Tools debug. Show me the widgets, you bastard. It's just the viewport here. Huh. I guess I could try setting the book's input to higher priority. Maybe there is something, I don't know, but I don't think I have anything else on click for any input action. Does he do anything else on pickup? Hey, Bubby Bite. Happy Friday. It is Friday, yeah? Yeah. I have no idea why it's just sometimes recognizing the click and sometimes isn't. Weird. Saying good morning, gotta run in 10 minutes, then I have meetings for the next 2.5 hours, dude. 2.5 hours of meetings? Does anything get done where you work? Ooh. Or maybe it's just one of those days. You want hugs? Strippers will give you hugs if you pay them. Male strippers too. Are male strippers cheaper than females? Somebody find this out for me. Let's get done. This is business meetings with other companies. Oh, I kind of like them. Okay, fair enough. I was just teasing you anyway. I also kind of like meeting people from other businesses. It depends on who I'm meeting though. If I'm doing like biz dev meetings with indie publishers, I'm pretty happy. Like they're pretty cool. They often like games. They take Indie publishers are like prostitutes. Because of monetary reasons, they take an interest in what you're talking about. Somebody clip that and send that to indie publishers for me. I think a lot of them would laugh if they heard that though. That's a good icebreaker. I'm gonna use that next time. Why is this just not receiving the right input? What if I just change the click to another button and see if it also has the same problem? Is that for many things the case? Yeah. But the thing is, you don't have to pay indie publishers to get that. In fact, indie publishers are better prostitutes. Because they want to make money off of you, just like prostitutes. But you have to pay a prostitute first before they'll take an interest in the thing that you're talking about. And indie publishers will just, they'll just take an interest in you. Okay, I'm just gonna set this to P real quick. P for P publishing. And we're just gonna see if this works better. I don't know why the click is getting eaten by something. Why do you know so much about prostitutes? I do not know. We're all just prostitutes. In the end, we're nothing but prostitutes. Why is it skipping pages? Probably because triggered is pulling it multiple times. I need to put it on started. Started or completed. Completed would work better. Hey Lazarla. How's it going? Working on any games? Yeah, triggered and started. I only wanted to trigger one, so if I now if I hold down P, it's only gonna happen on release. And so that way every click is a separate page switch. And that's much better. The weird thing is, why was this not working with clicking? That's what I want to know. I wonder if throw potion is trying to be called here.
Mr. President, wake up.
Coming to you hungry with a bowl of mac and cheese? Oh, fuck, I'm jealous. Oh, I love mac and cheese. Are we awake this Friday? Eh. Joe sure the fuck isn't. Made 2 boxes of Annie mac and cheese, because one wasn't enough. Damn you. Here's the thing though, we remove the input mapping context for throwing potions the moment the player... Yeah, so this just shouldn't matter. Where's begin play? I don't know. I don't know. You gotta go? Good luck on your meetings, man. I can give book a 99, like I can just set it to maximum priority. And maybe it's gonna do something. I've been doing game dev for a while now. Motivation is hard to come by. I'm sorry to hear that. I shouldn't have spending so much time on the Pokemon TCG. Fair enough. Maybe there's some game jams coming up though that could give you some motivation. There's a lot of horror ones going on though, and I don't know if you want to work on horror stuff. There's a 1K prize pool multiplayer jam with only 80 people that have joined. Oh look, they look for Polish. I've got it. Oh, it just must be submitted as a WebGL Unity build game. Why? Must be submitted in WebGL format. That's why only 80 people have joined, because who the fuck is doing WebGL development? So most people don't want to download random games. I mean, fair enough. But also, it's kind of like what we do, so. If my friends really wants to make a game, I might be able to help them with that. It's really weird. Why is it not working? UE5 left click enhanced input not firing. What? Something is eating it. Someone pointed out that I have my player controller connected to the wrong node on the enable input. Mine is getting called. Like, I know I have it set up correctly. Because BP did not have tick enabled. I saw that. And I was wondering if that might influence it. I saw that these books do not have tick enabled. I don't know why. I don't know if it'll break anything. I could enable tick when the player picks it up. And then disable it again when the player drops the book. We have nudie books in game. Stop it. You horn dogs. Go play Baldur's Gate 3 if you're so horny. It's still just not firing. Hey, Parkax. 5:30 a.m. here. Hey, look at that. I'm clicking, click, 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 click. It's like it's only firing it sometimes. I don't know what it is. Enhanced input does not register mouse input. In the level blueprint, determine that the player controller gets its inputs, but if it also determined elsewhere, then the code begins conflicting and doesn't know what iteration of the controls to use. Make sure that you only set the action mapping in one place and to one controller. If this doesn't make sense, I will attach screenshots to help move the knowledge along. But by setting the priority to 99, I should be overriding pretty much any other case where I set any sort of mapping context. Which should mean that without a doubt, we are prioritizing the book. You tried another button for debugging purposes? I have firm stool and it had no problem. I set it to P and that was getting called, no problem. Very weird, isn't it? Not only am I removing all the other contexts that use left mouse button, but I am I'm setting priorities so that it should be consuming that first. Yeah, we don't use that. That's old shit. Priority 0, and these are both of ones that are getting removed. An alchemy table, we only have that for alchemy, so that's not important. Very, very odd. I have no clue. Is there a way that I could grab all of the, and print out all the mapping contexts? Just out of curiosity? Or grab all the input actions? Query keys mapped to action, no. Context. I could check individually for context, but I know for sure that we would only have book enabled because I remove default, I remove core. We add book at a priority of 99. Are there any certain options I can do? Force immediately. Doesn't matter. Ignore all pressed keys until release. If true, then any keys that are down or pressed during the rebuild of control mappings will not be processed. Oh, yeah, that doesn't matter either. Is this Witcher 3 music? It is. Target, get player controller, get player controller. It should work. I see no reason why. And if I test it with P, press, 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 press. No issue, right? If I test it with click, 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 click. Like it, sometimes it's going through. there's no widget. You know, it doesn't matter. It's not like doing a trace or something. Then click its cancel when threshold too short. But I mean, even holding it down, like holding it down, release. Holding it down, release. Yeah, I've never had this problem. Out of curiosity, let me try something. Why? Why? Perfect. I mean, what even would I choose for a modifier? None of these are really that relevant. Something else is happening. Not enhanced input. Left mouse button is still not working. Override on a widget to respond to mouse clicks. There is. I can test that really easily. I know exactly what there is one with override mouse clicks, and it's specifically the inventory. It shouldn't be called, but maybe it is being called. Same issue. It's weird, if I rhythmically press it, it seems to respond to every other click. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. It's a frame problem? Could be. Though, like, what? What frame problem would it be, though? Especially when the other buttons work without issue. Pawn classes can't move without specifying in a tick event. I was able to get it to work, but it's still figuring out the best way to handle movement. Don't really think that's my issue. That's a weird blueprint. Sword attack. True. Delay 1, sword attack false. I mean, I guess that's one way to handle sword attacks in your game. I can see a few problems with that, though. That viewport mouse capture mode. Capture permanently including initial mouse down. What? Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is fine if you're prototyping or something. This was 5 years ago. I don't know if animation notifiers existed. I don't know. You might not even have a an animation for this yet, so. Maybe he's a pro now. Yeah, maybe he just worked on like Wukong or something. Well, we do set input mode to game only. Somewhere. Somewhere. No, we don't. It's just kind of by default. Yeah, set input mode game only. Somebody says to set viewport mouse capture mode and set it to capture permanently including initial mouse down. Input section of UE4 project, you'll see the default viewport mouse capture mode may have the following possible values. No capture, capture permanently, including initial mouse down, capture during mouse down, capture during right mouse down. Weird. Well, I'll try it. I haven't had that issue anywhere else, but maybe I can adjust it here. And I don't know what it is by default. Maybe they changed it with UE5. It's set like that on default, but I wonder if setting it to UI only changes it at some point and doesn't return it back. Well, that definitely fixes the problem. Weird. The set input mode game only resets this option to capture permanently. Ooh. Well, that's a sneaky, sneaky bug. That is a sneaky little issue. Okay, well, every time... So here's the note. Every time that you update your input mode to either UI only, game only, whatever, every time you set it back to game only or game in UI, you probably also need to set the viewport mouse capture mode back to permanently including initial mouse down. Every time. Otherwise, you might have that issue. Sneaky. But that did fix our problem. And now I have learned something new about Unreal. Granted, with proper mapping context setups, you could probably avoid having to ever call those nodes. We'll see. Back with more mac and cheese. Don't tempt me. At the very least, what I wanted was for the initial page opening to have that. But then when you're in here, to put buttons maybe on the bottom right and on here the bottom left to click between and back between pages. Jesus, these page textures are really, really low res. And I'm going to set up my, another trigger for escape. Just like we have it in... That's just for, like, testing purposes. I use that as escape button. That is going to drop the book, although I'm curious where that's going to put it. It's just floating. Oh, and I need to set show mouse cursor back to false. What we could do, because we grab the transform here, we could just set transform equal to when it's picked up. And I think that would return it back to where it came from. Give you the rest if I could. I think my esophagus hates me now. That's funny. Do we store the book's location, though? We don't. Book location. On pickup book, get current transform, actor transform. I think we'll replace that though at some point, and the bookshelf will be similar to our ingredient shelf. We'll just place it back at an index. Book pickup location. Alright. You make a good point. We'll overhaul that to like an actual shelf location at some point. And that way we can just return it to an index. Let the bookshelf handle it. Okay, set the transform. That should put it back where it was. And also get player controller. Mousey cursor. Set it to false. Should work. It did not put that back where it was. And that is because... Why? On pickup. Story of the page is detach from component. We've come from the past to introduce you to ass. What a world. That's weird, it's not putting that back where it came from. And we just made that variable fresh. That's weird. Even before we move it, we set the location. We move it here. But then when dropping it, we just call back from this transform. I don't see the problem here. Where's tick? There's no reason this transform should change. But I'll check it out. Don't know. Is it maybe there? Maybe the blueprint is put back, but the static mesh is staying where it is? That's what it looks like. It is moving the blueprint back, but not the static mesh. Okay. That's an easy thing to fix, though. I just need to see where it is handling the static mesh. Actually, when you pick it up, is it moving? I want to see that. I need to do it in here. It's actually not changing the location. And we can see that here it is attaching the book's collision. So here, that should be everything. That is the book itself. So what it should be doing, and I don't know if it is doing it, but it should be detaching, moving it back, and then reattaching it. But from what I can see, all it's doing is detaching the book collision. Isn't that kind of dangerous? Doing component attaches and detaches to read books. And I don't really see it reattaching that book anywhere. This is a little scary. Drops the current book. Not like it's doing anything special. I don't know, I don't like that. And it only really works when the books have physics enabled. So I don't get how it was working in the demo project if physics aren't enabled. What do I want to do here? First, I'd like to see if when you drop a book, if it is actually properly reattaching itself, which I'm a little worried that it isn't. But it'd be it'd be a crazy bug if it doesn't. Weird. Looks like it's working fine, but is he leaning? Shut up. Get it. We should be able to just do default scene route, get transform. And hook that in rather than getting the local transform. Because we're not actually changing the transform at all. So I don't really see a reason to do this if we know that we're not going to allow the player to walk around with the books. So this just should be a non-issue. Son of a bitch, that did nothing. Oh, because we're setting actor location. Well, I need to set, I could just set relative location back to 0, couldn't I? Since it'll just pop back to the root. Not getting the transform. Right. Where did it disappear to? Did it go back to the world root? It shouldn't go back to the world origin. It was relative. I'll look at it. Not sure that's the problem of leaning, but I looked yesterday at the IK foot logic through and found that spine gets automatically corrected for some calculations. Could be possible that's your problem with that. Could be. I think it's one of those things that I'll file under. Takes too much time to figure out for a prototype. Where did it get sent? It's still there. did. It sent it back to the world origin. What? Hidden library. What I'll do is I'll just attach. I'll just reattach it to the scene and then set relative location. I don't know why it's being such a bitch. Actually, I don't even need to do that. I will just snap it to target. Be a nice secret of your world. Having secrets like that would be great. And I think that there's more collectibles we can look into other than the ones we currently have. But books, to me, need to mean something to the world. Why? What is this? Just put it down. Root component cannot be attached to other components in the same actor. Yeah, it's because it gets fucking detached. Oh, why are we even using detachments? Why can't I just... Why to read a book do we have to detach a component from the fucking actor when we could just move the actor closer to the player? And then we don't have to deal with all these problems of detaching and reattachment, and now you have random shit just in the world with no owner. What is this? What are we doing? Make a few hidden and secret books that helps by fighting some enemies, but it's not that you find them on every corner, you have to hunt for them. It's more some kind of... See, I think that it would be really cool in games to actually have a library. You can go in and you can read those books, and it's okay if there's a ton of knowledge in that library. I think it makes a library more enjoyable than in most games where it's just oh look, books, I can pick them up and... There's just lore in there. Or they're just things that you can sell back to the bookshop. Like, no, if I'm trying to learn about things in the world, that seems like the primary place to do it. But most games don't have that connection between books in-game and knowledge that the player can actually obtain. Very few games have that. More games need to have that. A friend of mine traversed through all the dungeons in Vanilla WoW to read all the books. Fair enough. Would that work? See if that breaks anything. Where's the actor's route? Because I can fix that pretty easily. I just need to know what... You were snapping book collision, right? Yeah, and default must be down here, that's why. Okay, so I will just get the relative location of the book collision and be able to add that. Pick up book collision. Relative location. It should be okay to grab. Okay, a bit of spaghetti here. Ignore it. We either have to add it or we have to subtract it. Well, I guess we'll see pretty soon. Subtract. Okay. I know that's not important, but we're gonna fix that. Delete that. Delete. Okay, we still set the pickup location. That should work. And now on drop book. Get rid of the detaches. Set actor transform equal to pickup location, which will eventually be refactored because we don't want this. Delete, delete, delete. I really don't know why they didn't do this in the first place, because if they wanted you to be able to pick it up, move around with it, well, I guess that's probably wise to attach it. I mean, I get it. I just think there's better ways to handle it than attaching and detaching a whole bunch of components without properly making sure that they get back to where they need to be. And it didn't seem like it was putting them back exactly where they needed to be. Okay, that's a positive. Eclipse into table. Is it setting the wrong? Granted, it might be a non-issue. Oh, it was already clipping. I think it was putting it back where it was, which was already clipping. Yeah. Hide the tooltip. Shouldn't hide the tool. Oh, I know why it hides the tooltip. Yeah. I need to also put this back up here. We will have like a full bookshelf where we'll probably just pull it out from an index of whatever you're aiming at. You know, we'll store the index, then when you put it back, when you close it, it will just slot it back in there. So we shouldn't have to do this sort of transform business. Need to fix input mode though. Interpolate to pick up? We could do that. You can tell me how when we set that up. Actually, tell me how now. Write it out while I fix the issue with input. You don't want to do that. Should just be able to do that. I'm gonna move the mouse over to here. Oh, you just put an actual location and location? That's pretty cool. Huh. Yeah, I'll look it up. Beautiful. Okay. Good stuff. Yeah, we got that part done. Well, we still have to make the bookshelf and have slots in it, and that's going to be a whole thing. Though I think that will actually be a lot easier than this. Really put actual location and location. Okay, that we will have to do on pickup rather than jumping it to the location. Slurp. I love that. Look up V interpolate. I see interpolate to value. Is it because it's a latent action? I don't see it. Maybe it comes from a library that you've added to your game, and it isn't default. I mean, I could always make a timeline that handles the interpolation if we really want. I know of F interp, but I don't know what V interp is. Oh, you mean F interp? Yeah, okay. It's like, I never heard of V interp. I mean, this is just difference between a lerp is just, you know, linear versus float interpretation. So I'd have to move it. I would still need a timeline to run through it. Or something to track the seconds for it. Probably a timeline just because I like the simplicity in that I can reverse it if needed. Yeah, I'll just do it. Well, I could do a float curve, but I can also just do a timeline. Pick up, drop, timeline. Float track. How many seconds? Let's try 1.5, or we can do 1 second, and we could set up. Well, I'll just hard code it, but don't name it that, please. Yeah, and I think the F interp will look better than the. I assume delta time, and then. Oop, 1.5. 1. Granted, I could also just. You know what? I'll do it this way. Because lerp is a little bit easier to use. I can F interp here. Hehehe. We'd have to do it for both the X, Y, and Z, and the. I wonder if there's a lerp for transforms. There is. And a lerp for. Actually, that's transform, so fuck it. Quad interp. That's fine. We'll pick up location will be A, and B will be the desired location. Let's make a custom event of play pickup drop animation, and we'll pull in a transform. Of world location. Book location on player. And a boolean for B play from, or we'll just do reverse. No, we'll do play from start. We might need to set up a couple things here for whether it is actually interactable. We need to make sure that this can't be played. Well, it shouldn't trigger. It shouldn't trigger. If play from start is false, unfinished, then set interactable to true. And we can remove that from the drop book. That way it'll wait for the animation to finish playing before it sets it back to be interactable. That way the player can't re-trigger the animation, since the only way to interact with it is for it to be interactable. Now on update, take set actor transform. And if play from start is true and false. And we'll fix the spaghetti here too, because I don't like it. One's okay, but we'll just drag it down, and this transform. Not a miracle worker, can only do so much. Okay. On book pickup, we can trigger this from inside the function. That should be fine. We just need to have set that initial location. What did I call it? Play pickup drop anim. First though, we'll need to... Yeah, actually don't call it here. Play from start. Location, rotation. On drop book. Do I want to have to grab that again? Well, I should just be able to call the current location, right? Get actor transform. And we're reversing that. I'm going to set up one more Boolean for B is closable. And that way it's not going to, you're not going to be able to, well, that's kind of fucking annoying if you can't put it down until afterwards. But this would prevent issues. It would force the animation to play when you're picking up a book before you're allowed to close it. But I don't actually see a reason If we're grabbing the actor's current location to play it, it's the safest for right now, even though it's going to be a little annoying that you have to wait before you can close it. Okay, is closable. True. Drop the book. Do what you need to do. I think it'll work. I'm sure there'll be a bug. Or two, or three. No bugs, actually. It is really slow, though. It is really, really, really slow. So I will just fix that. Looks like some gourmet shit now. Actually, yeah, no, it looks nice. I do like it. But it's really fucking slow. I halved it. Only thing that is the issue is it isn't hiding my mouse cursor anymore. Why is it not doing that? It needs to hide the mouse cursor, which I think it is, but it needs to be setting my input back. Game and UI only. I have to do game and UI, but I can't tell it a widget to focus. And it just kind of bitches at me. I start you're moving into and from the bookcase. I think, yeah, I think it'll look really good. I think you're right about that. When it's moving back into the slot. Like Harry Potter. I'm excited. We're making really good progress today. We have another at least, we have like 4.5 hours that I have to spend trying to get this to work into a bookcase. And I don't think that's going to take me 4 hours. It's not... What? It's doing weird things, I think because I'm setting the viewport mouse capture mode. I don't have mouse movement when I put the book down. All my other inputs are back. Yeah, it's being weird. Do I want game in UI? Why did I need that? I think I needed that for in-world widgets, but I'm pretty sure that I set that up properly. I need it for the alchemy table, but I think that I set it up properly for the alchemy table. Whatever I run... Yeah, just game mode. Okay, that's fine. Bit backwards in my brain for a second there. Okay, we're good. Before we can make a new hut, which will come at some point, I'm just gonna throw the, like a bookshelf here. Yeah, I wanted to use the, we looked at it yesterday. No, I think it was, this is entirely modular and this is made by Dreamscape. I was going to use this because it includes interiors. And at the very least right now, I think it would fit the theme. I have not bought it yet. The cool thing is it has a lot of props. It is the same theme as most of the rest of the assets in our game. And is fully modular. So I can kind of build the hut the exact way that I want it. Fortnite alchemy. I do actually really like their landscape material in this one. Well... But yeah, this would be pretty cool. And it would give us a lot of new props to work with. And we can make some other interior buildings and stuff. And I think this one was $70. I'll have to double check. A lot of really nice props on it though. Imagine if I could make my own paintings. Upload my own textures and put my own paintings on there. Yeah, I think this looks nice. Oh, I can't get in that room. It's a shame we'd be spending so much money on something we wouldn't use in the production. But if it helps us get money from a publisher, I call that an investment. It was the farmlands. I don't see it here. Oh, here it is. It's the it's $90. I was gonna wait until it goes on sale, hopefully. Fingers crossed, and then see if I can grab it. What is money? For this price, I can actually get food for a month. So, for me, this is quite a significant investment. I wish I was back in the US, but I'm not. This paper you believe in. Pretty funny. Alright, let's see if we can make a bookshelf. BP bookshelf. I could block out. The problem with me with blocking out is I don't have. I need to see something artistically in order to properly feel it. I'm not an artist. I mean, maybe I do have a level design. I have multiple level designer friends, and maybe one of them or both of them would be willing to block out an alchemist hut. But then again, if I gave them the modular pack too, they would be able to do that. And it would look better. I don't know. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Bookshelf, though, we can block out with shitty cubes. Shelf root. Need to get a feel for this, you know? Especially with the size of an average book. Doesn't really matter which one I modify, but I'll modify this one. Let me do a 180. That way the spine is facing this way. And I think I want it probably about that far away from the edge. We could do little, we could have like, I don't imagine we're going to have a ton of books in our prototype, but I can also put, I'll set up at least 2 rows, just so I kind of have the scripting there, because I believe that in the final version, it'll be easier if we just have that we can copy over if the scripting looks okay, and then we can have the programmers make it if they want to, remake it in C++. But that way I'll save them a bit of time, so I'll already have the logic for multiple rows. But I'd like some props as bookends. I don't know if I have any good props that I could use, like an apple or something. Doesn't even need to be that big. What do we got? Actually, potions would make a pretty fun little bookend. Oh, the player would expect them to be interactable. Plastic bottle. That's perfect. Plastic is now canon in our game. What the fuck is that mesh? Crazy. Mesh looks quite, yeah, I was like, what is it doing? put the crystals as bookends. Then they light up a bit, right? That could be kind of fun. I could bake things down into a single static, or use one of these that already exists. Something like that could kind of work as a bookend. We'll figure it out. All right, let's see. I will add in I think they are child BPs. Let's start by doing a child actor. Browse to asset. Book example info book. Just so we can have that for scale reference now and there. Now the good thing is the root is down there and not like in the center or something. That actually helps me quite a bit. So it'll be easier to do the math on spawn. So I can do the shelf root. I can also do another scene root. Shelf 1. Always do math on spawn. Agreed. How thick do we want this to be, though? Well, we can give the bookshelf legs so that it stands a bit off the ground. That way the player can kind of just look straight at the wall and see the titles. Let's see. $50, I don't think is going to be enough. Let's try 80. Duplicate and set this to -80. Yeah, that'll be more than enough space. Even if we put bookends on there. Probably would be a bit taller though. Oops. Don't make that uniform, please. We can have these clipping just a little bit into the ground, just to make placing it a bit smoother. Left leg. Right leg. It could also turn on snapping, that would make this a bit easier too. A little bit thick. That should work. You should work for IKEA in product design. I guess I now have my backup option, right? If game design doesn't work out, and clearly it doesn't seem to be working out. Considering trying to get an interview in this godforsaken industry seems to be impossible. That was one of the reasons I did this. After I had to leave my old job, just due to family stuff. I was looking for jobs and I just could not get an interview at all. And just right when everybody was starting to get laid off, so maybe it was just both a product of the moment, of the time. Also probably the factor that my CV was terrible. And then it's just like, well, how many designers do you need on a game, right? Even with a game with 50 people, how many designers do you need? Probably 2 to 3. You don't need that many, and there's a lot of people that want to be designers. Honestly, I think this is fine. Add a static mesh. Where's the second story of that shelf? I will add it in a sec. I just want to get a good feeling for these things. Crystal meth. A little bit awkward how that sits. Fine, it's... It doesn't matter. Nobody's gonna be looking at this shelf and be like, oh, it doesn't sit flat. Well, that's my wish list not happening. Well, because I know now. Damn you. How far up is that? It's 150... 90 to 160, let's do, so another 70. So we'll duplicate... Yeah, 230. That'll be the top. Does the stream help out development with anything other than exposure? I don't know how much streams pay. I've never had that. I am very, very blessed to get some donations sometimes. And, of course, there's also ads and subs. Does it pay enough for development? I guess that depends on what you're developing and how many people you have supporting you monetarily. I don't do it for that reason. I don't know if many people on Twitch streaming game dev are able to make a living from it. Unless you're Pirate Software and somehow beat Twitch's hype train, you know, goals and stuff, but... So generally I would say no. Streaming game dev is probably not going to pay for your development unless you are creating a lot of content and locking it behind a paywall, which I've gotten in trouble for saying before, by the way, but I'm going to say it again. I don't mind if you have like a Patreon where you lock behind maybe some educational videos or whatever, and people choose to pay for that. I'm not going to do that, but that is one way that you can do to make money. If you want the sauce on that, by the way, it was some guy's video that I reacted to where he was talking about like publishing and how it was hard to find a publisher. And it was a good video. I mean, it was well made. He made really good points. But at one point, he showed his like Patreon that he puts a bunch of videos on there that are exclusive to that, and they were like educational videos, like just helping people out with game dev. And I was like, I'm not gonna do that. All of my educational videos are free. And he contacted me after I posted that video and was quite rude and upset with me. I think he had taken what I said a little bit out of context. And told me never to react to his videos again. Okay. Kind of weird. If they're thickness of 0.1, 20, 30. That's not correct. Is that correct? There we go. Hey, how long are these bad boys? 2? Like Among Us. Wow, it is so beautiful how shitty it is. I love it. I would change absolutely everything about it. And yet at the same time I would change nothing. True Blackout bookcase. It's wild how ass it is. And because of that, I love it. It fits right in with every single other thing that I've made in this game from an artistic standpoint. You see the poop alchemy table? That's me too. Poop cauldron? Also me. Beautiful foliage? Not me. Not a lot of light over here by it. Whatever. Okay, where's the location of this guy? See if I can make it a little bit more even in terms of mathematics. I want it clipping. Perfect. Grab the location. That's shelf 1 there. Duplicate. Shelf 2 should go up by 70, I believe. We'll put it at the right. Well, no, 70 plus. Let's see. If I move it by 5, we should hit that eventually. There we go. Shelf 1, shelf 2 roots. I don't know how many each of these can hold. We're gonna figure that out together. How thick are these books? How much space do we want apart from them? Actually, 5 is pretty decent. 5 will work. No space, yeah, just all stacked into each other. I gotta put some in there. For loop. It's not natural to have a lot of space. You're not natural. That's true. Hold on. Spawn actor from class. Info book. Transform. Not set world transform. Get world transform, please. Oh, let me see what I did for the ingredient shelf. We do something similar. Yeah, we attach and then we set relative. What we need to do here. Same time, everything's natural because the stardust we're all made of. I'm made up of broken dreams. I don't know about you. I think we'll spawn. Yeah, we'll okay, this is what we'll do. We'll spawn all at the root. Attach component to component. Or attach actor to component. Parent shelf 1. Do I snap the keep world? We should be able to keep relative. We'll see. We'll adjust it if we need to. And then set relative location. Technically it's a component now. That's still usable? Yes, it is. But we're attaching it to, so it is. Yeah, it's fine. I don't think we have to do anything other than set relative location since we are already adjusting the rotation. Made of love, so sad for you. Don't let the dreams fuck you. Every broken dream is an opportunity to learn something about yourself. Your shelf. Oh, thank you. I mean, in all honesty, I don't really feel like my life is full of that many broken dreams. In fact, I'm kind of living my dream. I am a game designer. I've always wanted to be a game designer. Is it going out exactly the way that I intended it when I was a kid? No, I thought I would be working at like Naughty Dog or something, but now I don't want to work at like a AAA company. Not for me. Which axis would this be on? Relative. The y-axis. Alt. Okay. Hold on. It has some issues there, and they have physics enabled. I was going to change that to be not the case by default. I think having dreams and goals is important in life. I think that a lot of people feel as if they don't know what to do because they haven't really set those dreams and goals. Oh. I don't hate how they're turned like that is not intended. But that's not going to work in this case. Why is that the wrong transform? We don't have a weird rotation on this, do we? We have no rotation on it. And we're grabbing the world. Okay, so let's try grabbing keep world rotation. I'll find it not have if you feel fine with that. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, some people may not want that, but I don't know. I am a very ambitious person, and I don't necessarily think the same way as people who... That sounds really fucking egotistical, but I don't mean it that way. I'm somebody who always wants more than what I have. And I use that as a driving factor. I want to become a better game designer. I want to become better and better and better and better. And I don't think in the same way as people who are more accepting of life and some situations. Oh, sounds fucking egotistical. Hopefully you guys didn't take it that way, but it sounds like that to me. We want the roll, the pitch, or the yaw. Which is the right one to change? Yaw. Add. $90 to the yaw, I believe. It's the question why you want more. You want more because you like the challenge and doing it for yourself, or to prove. Sometimes I wish that I wasn't so I don't know. I like the drive that I have. I like the ambition that I have. I think it leads me to things that I enjoy, that I like as a person. But it also means that I rarely ever feel satisfied. I feel happy. I'm not depressed. I'm just rarely satisfied. I live in a constant state of frustration that I'm not making as much progress as I would like. But it doesn't like I don't know, it doesn't make me upset or like sad or anything. It's just like, okay, keep going, do more. If anything, I have a hard time relaxing. That is probably the biggest downside. Want to be a person? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that there's two separate things. There's my career and like who I am in that way, but there's also personally, I have a lot of flaws and I want to keep working on them and fix them so that I become a better person as well. And both of those things I have the same mentality with. Is that gonna work? That's the wrong 90. Progress you've made in 6 months seems above average. I'm not unhappy with the progress I've made on this game. I can say that. Personally, though, I need to lose weight. I really need to lose weight. That is something I need to fix. Not be a fucking fat ass. No, I need to eat less, drink less, and do some exercises. That's the way that I'm going to solve it. We can fit a lot of books on this shelf. You're the same. Job is remote, so I'm at the computer all the time. Yeah. I used to be really... ironically, I used to weigh less and be better at managing my weight when I was in the United States. Which people often think is, you know, a bunch of fatties, right? And it kind of is. I'm actually worse now in Poland. But I think it's because I tend to stress eat and drink a little bit. And it's alcohol, so there's a lot of calories in that. I just need to stop. I need to manage it, discipline my drinking, count my calories. And I was also younger too, so it was just easier. My metabolism was a bit better. Drink only water and cook for yourself. Yeah, I need to... you know, this isn't really that much of an issue. Just empty calorie. There's no calories here, so it's just empty, but I need to have less caffeine, more water, and not drink so much because I'm getting like vitamin deficiencies, I think, from it. And obviously it's just a lot of calories. You know, I go home, I have a couple cups of wine, right? There's like 200 calories in each cup. That's just so unnecessary to throw 400 calories into my body from 2 drinks. And then, of course, that fucks with my metabolism, it fucks with my heart rate. You know, once in a while having some is not bad, and it's probably kind of good for you. In some cases from the antioxidants. Not going to kill you, but I just drink too much. And I'm not ashamed to say that. Okay, let's see how 20 look. Same with everything. If it's in moderation, it's fine. Yeah. Hey Kent, imagine a game where the user can drag the wall tool to draw walls in the landscape, and the wall meshes get automatically placed with towers at the corners. How would you approach this in Unreal? How would I approach that in Unreal? Wouldn't you do procedural meshes? You could also do custom spline tools, which procedural meshes. Yeah, I was gonna say it sounds like that new game. Not to be ashamed to be a normal person. No, I think that oftentimes people are afraid to show their vulnerabilities, and they're too easy to attack others or those people's vulnerabilities. When in reality, we all have vices. We're all sinners in some way, you know, if we want to use that term for morality. And we're all kind of assholes. So I don't really judge people. Like, okay, you're just a normal person, you're having a bad day, whatever. I have those too. You goon too much. Yeah, everybody. Yeah, a lot of people goon too much. Look at how popular Baldur's Gate 3 was. Yeah, I think procedural assets would be the way to do it. You can kind of do that with blueprints if you're unfamiliar with procedural tools. I've made those before. Where just by dragging an integer, it will spawn things in between, and you know, you can do it with splines. Yeah, where's maybe there's a UE5 procedural mesh. There's some of this stuff. You can use PCG for a lot. You can use PCG for these solutions that you want. Splines, though, are king in a lot of cases. Right, there's like no showcase of what it's gonna do. Yeah, splines are, I think, one of the easier ways to do it, which is just spawning things as you drag out that. In fact, we kind of do it for our prediction. We do that for our prediction. So this is actually just a bunch of small cylinders that we stack on top of each other along the line of this this prediction. Yeah, roads, rivers, lakes, all great for that. Although I don't update this every frame because it is apparently a very, very expensive prediction that we will 100% need an alternative for once we're out of prototyping. They're all the same book right now, so it's not really that great to see that we are hovering over different ones. But I think that looks pretty cool. The problem with those videos for prediction lines is a lot of them are absolutely horrendous. They're either extremely inefficient in terms of frame rate, or they are very, very inaccurate. Different animation path. I think that's a little bit too... I kind of want to, but I think that it's a little bit too much for prototyping. How'd you get the book to move so smoothly? I use a timeline. And then I plug that into a lerp. So this uses a float interp from one point to another. And then based on that value from 0 to 1, we lerp between the location that it originates at and then the location that it's supposed to go to. Is 20 good? Could we maybe do 22 or something with something at the end of it? I'll put something at the end of it and then we'll determine that. Shelf 1 left bookend. Duplicate. Shelf 1 right bookend. And we'll see how many we can fit there. Those two. Like 2 more maybe. This is already too many books to have. We're never gonna have that many books, but whatever. Formulas for things like that on the internet to determine how many books. There are formulas, but there's also just trial and error, which is probably much quicker. And a lot less headache. Yeah, 22. Bookshelf. I don't know what the book data structure is going to look like yet, so we'll do it like this. Book limit per shelf. $22. So we'll set up like, let's just say 40, because that'll be under. If the index, and I'm just doing this to test. Eventually this will be part of a function. Do a select based on whether or not index is greater than 21, or in this case greater than book limit per shelf -1, to keep it consistent. And then we need to do a little bit of clever math here to whatever I did for the ingredient shelf, which was this. Yeah, number of jars and then jars per row. We did some clever math with it. I'll just copy that. Should be the same logic. But instead we will do index plus 1 to get number of jars in this case. Bulk limit per shelf. We would want to store the number of books eventually to a variable so that we know where to spawn it whenever we want to spawn a new one on there. The good thing is once it's on there, it's not going to like mess with the indices at all. Like the player can't remove it and then reposition it, thankfully, because that would be a lot more complexity. We only really just need to worry about where does it need to be spawned. And hopefully this works. Does the we're 1 off? How many are here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 19, 20, 21, 22. Okay, so that's good. But we're spawning it 1 off. Why is that? Are we actually spawning 40? We know 22's on the bottom. Or should be spawning 41, I think, right? 22, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 41. Spawning the right amount. We're doing an index plus 1 to get number of items. What is going wrong here? When it's jumping up to the second row, because for that first one in that row, we want to multiply a 0. And it's multiplying it by 1. How do we fix that here? Because we're incrementing the number of jars at the end, whereas here we aren't. Okay. That probably will fix it. Number of books on shelf. And we'll plug that in instead. Still use the index up here, not a big deal. Success. It's just there will be a hard limit on this bookshelf to the number of books that could be held in there right now. That's fine. For prototype, there's no way we're going to have more than 44 books. We'll just take the book limit per shelf. Times 2 if... Well, we'll put that in the function when we do it to spawn. Here it's fine. Watch the entire Shrek movie remade into an ASMR parody today. You have too much time in your hands. Alright, let's put bookends on the top row too. And then we'll set up some functions for spawning in books. Ooh, hiccups. Duplicate shelf. Do left bookhand. They sang Smash Mouth and Whisper. So stupid. Bookhand? Is that what it's called? It's called something with hand in it. Bookend. Wait. Yeah, bookhand. I was like, hold on a second. Thank you for noticing that. No, stop it. Stop it. What are you doing? Are you done? These are not the right... It's not the right material to use on this. But it's actually exceptional how little I care. And I'm going to do it anyway. Yeah, it's just a prototype. Like, oh no, the wrong material, even though it's kind of hard to tell unless you really look up close and you're like, hold on a second, that doesn't really work out here. Alright, fine, I'll use the right one, but I'll make a new material instance, okay? Can we not talk about it? Duplicate MI crystal. Purple. It just triggers me. I can't help it. I can't. Save me from this pain and suffering. Not saving. You know, today would be optimal Unreal. Okay, thank you. Shut up about the font and the beach balls. But what about the beach balls would you change? One day Unreal will save in reasonable time. Hey, why is your game delayed? Unreal Engine loading saving times take around 35 days of development. That and compiling shaders. Like you have to budget a significant portion of your development time to compiling shaders. It's like, oh yeah, we added 2 meshes to the game, and so the build took an hour longer than usual because it had to cache the shaders. And then tomorrow comes along. We deleted one thing, and now the build has to recache all the shaders. In a AAA studio tomorrow, would you use UE5 or make your own engine? It all depends. AAA, like, okay, how much money do we have? Because building your own engine is really, really, really expensive. But there's a lot of future proofing that you can do by doing that, and there's a lot of customization that you can add on to that. Some of the best loved games that we play nowadays are built on custom engines because it enables the studios to do some really cool things with them. Like Bethesda games. Keeping it to, yeah, you have to spend a lot of money making sure that it is maintained. So you have to hire engine programmers, and quite a lot of them. The creation engine, aspects of it are out of date and other aspects are actually above average for the industry. And the reason they keep some of those the way that they are is because it enables modding to be much simpler for people. Their procedural facial animation in Starfield, if you discount the eyes, I actually think that the procedural mouth animation for Starfield's faces was probably some of the best that I've seen from engines. It's just they fucked up the eyes. They made characters go like for no reason. When people are not that expressive with their eyes. Or not to the extent that it is just opening for like 10 seconds at a time. Their mouths were good though. Their mouths were a lot better than who's the penguin? Who's Newt Newt? Is Pengu, right? Didn't I think BioWare had that? Yeah, Pingu, the Pingu mouths of BioWare with Mass Effect Andromeda, where like characters go during talking for some reason. You gotta get the procedural animations right. BioWare clearly did not. Incredible. They're dead looking or too animated, yeah. I think when we were playing Starfield recently, we were trying to like figure out exactly what went wrong with the facial animations. And it seemed to be if characters were like angry or neutral, it was okay. But if they were happy, it was just like their faces were too happy. I will stretch for you though. You can modify UE5, but only to an extent. I'll say that, Ice Creek. Unreal is actually not super modifiable in some cases. And you're still relying on... you could, I guess you could make your own branch of Unreal, right? But it's then you still run into the same problem where you've gotten a bit of a head start, but you're still using Unreal, and so therefore you will have to pay some of your money to them, and you will be relying on them to fix some core issues. I don't know. It's a trade-off. But for real. Okay. Damn. I think this will work. We'll make a new function here for spawn book on shelf. And I'll move most of this over to there. Only thing we really need to add is the index. Current index. Eventually we'll need to feed in information of, what should this book look like. Maybe pull from like a data table row or something. That's gonna have to be worked out. With like an array of pages. Because the pages are separate actors. So this is gonna be the weird part of this. Current index. We shouldn't need to do that. We should actually be able to grab number of books on shelf. I hide all the nude books. I'll do like a sewer goblin mating. I can't even draw this because I'll get in trouble on Twitch. And it'll just be like, it'll look like crayon drawing of, you know, like a 2-year-old's crayon drawing of stick figures, but they look like sewer goblins, and it's just like I can't draw it, I'll get in trouble. Just imagine in your mind, use your imagination here. Stick figure drawings by like a 4-year-old, but these are like sewer goblin adults drawing these of sex positions. It's just gonna look really, really, really stupid. And the proportions will be all off. And that'll be like the sewer goblin Kama Sutra. And it's just gonna be it's gonna be like Kama Sutra, and all the positions are gonna utilize sewage in some way, in just really disgusting ways. I can't add this to the game. Our game will not get published if any publisher ever finds that. I need to hide that book so well that no publisher ever locates it, but all of you guys who actually watch me would find it. Just change this to if number of books on shelf. And we'll do a greater than or equal here. That's like a generate procedural so no one can just look up the mesh. I'll have it generate based on a random seed from the current date and a secret number that I will never show to you guys. And I will generate it every time we start the stream so that it changes every day. When you pitch this game to publisher, you should overemphasize the sewer goblin Kama Sutra to them, like spend 20 minutes just showing them all the positions. I wish I could draw it on stream, but even drawing in like a stick figure with a stick dick would probably get me in trouble. Because these are a bunch of clowns on here who allow OnlyFans streamers, but God forbid I draw a stick figure penis. Which half the world has, by the way. Think about it, with you disguise as goblin waifu to show them in person. Backwards froggy style. Oh my god. It would be pretty funny though. I think this will work. Right now, I will set up a... I'll do it this way. I'll make a temporary need job coder. Thank you for the follow. I hope you have a job. If not, good luck on your free fish. BP interactable. You got job, okay. Thank the Lord. Pretty good name though. I like that a lot. Oh. Scale that, please. I'm just going to do this real quick to test whether or not it properly adds books. Get actor of class. Bookshelf. Add book. Wait, do I call add book or spawn book on shelf? Okay. And for the moment, this should just spawn if I place this thing in the world, actually. Books on the shelf until it fills up. Oh, I forgot to turn it off. Oopsies. And we'll put in a limit too. If number of books on shelf is for some reason greater, but we'll do greater than or equal to book limit per shelf times 2. Do nothing, please. Okay, now we can test this. 1. There we go. And if it's at that limit, it just won't spawn anymore. I'm gonna remove the cursor too when you are reading these books. Oh. I did find a bug. Hold on. I can fix that. Like, what happens if I spam this? Well, it shouldn't be interactable until it's complete. That's weird. Let me think here. I just admit that some guy puts every possible input on the scroll wheel and tries to break. Probably. Yeah, I mean, probably. You've done it to yourself at that point. That's loud. $69%. Perfect. If we can test it. Although I don't... Actually, I will know. That's weird. It shouldn't be interactable. Well, one way we can test that. We will delete this one for a moment. We don't need these anymore. It doesn't have tick enabled when we... The moment we put it down. I wonder if... Well, it should be working properly. Even if we can't tick it, it should be changing to true. I just wonder if it's changing to true the moment we do that. In which case, I will have the actor tick by default. Just so we can see when exactly that's occurring. That's correct. The moment we pick it up, we can't interact with it anymore. Until it goes completely down. Which is weird because the only time we set it to be interactable, apart from it being default to interactable, is when this animation has finished and we're playing it from reverse, which means we're putting it down. But the only time play pickup drop animation can play... Oh. We actually never test it. Okay, well I see the issue. Although I could have sworn we ran that on the parent. We do. Oh, it's on within range. Yeah, we never actually test that on interact. Okay, yep, that was the issue. Now the player shouldn't be able to pick it up again while they are dropping it. Yeah, seems okay. Shut up, bird. I like the music in this Might and Magic 6 Mandate of Heaven. But that fucking bird in the background, he goes crazy. Okay, let's see here. When we spawn a book, we should probably call which book to spawn, which will be a class reference. I don't think we'll need to store info about that anywhere. What I'm thinking of doing though is adding some custom logic to the books so that if you are finding them out in the wild, I can despawn on close, and what we'll do is if you find it out in the wild, you pick it up, you can read it. The moment you close it, it will despawn, but it will spawn it'll spawn a copy of that back at your hut. Make a quest to fill the bookcase. I have a lot of plans with the bookcase. I have a plan to tie it into what I call the knowledge system. Super unique name, by the way. Which will allow you to obtain knowledge from those books that you can use to in your dialogue. So you can say, oh, I read a book about this thing. And that way you can either you can maybe learn it from, like maybe I think the example was that, you know, an adventurer might show up and say, hey, I'm going to the Cave of the Wind, you know, and I don't know what to expect there, but, you know, maybe just a generic potion, a health potion or something would be great to get me through and see what happens. And it's like, well, if you read a book on the Cave of the Wind, you can be like, no, I read a book on that. It said that there were some poisonous spiders. So how about I make you a health potion with cure poison on it, you know? And that we can do that with our system. That is all workable. We already have that functionality in place where you can, through dialogue, change the potion needs of the client. Exactly, yeah, it could be bonus. And we have that set up. And I think that adds a lot of I think it adds a lot of importance to the things that you find and learn. Exactly, yeah, until Red Book X. And that's super, super easy to do with our system. Is we can just store a list of the books that the player has found or read. But I need to think of how we want to store this. Probably as class references. Books. Read. I could modify the player inventory to have books and store it there. But I want books read and books collected to be two separate things. Yep, that'll work. The only problem is the moment I modify player inventory, it's gonna break. It's gonna break so much. I'll get them spawning first. It's a whole thing, but it's gonna break structures, and not because I want it to, but because Unreal doesn't like structure assets. It doesn't like you changing those. It gets very, very angry. Now, do I want to create maybe a... Rather than storing class references, maybe it would be better to store a list of F names and have a data table. It's a little bit safer, but a little bit more work. And by little, I mean very, very little work. Books. ST. Books. Not an F name, we need a master book class reference. That's it. And then make a data table from that. I wish you could right click and make a data table. Pretty cool. BT books. All this like B_goblin lore. Just placeholders, right? We need those QL improvements. There is a lot of stuff on right click that I never check because I don't assume. And it's really subtle. And they never put it over here, right? So I never check if there's anything that I can actually do if I right click. I'm gonna do a haircut or just different lighting? I've had this I get this haircut every month and a half, roughly month and a half or two. Every time the guy I go to cut it, he's like, want anything different this time? Like, do people often get different haircuts? I don't want anything different. I look good in this. Why would I get something different? Actually, I should put this in blueprints. No, we'll keep it here. Your haircut is no hair? Can't get much of anything different? I know a couple bald dudes. I know one guy who's it's very shiny. Very, very shiny. He must spend a lot of time waxing that. I kind of respect it. What am I putting here? BP Master Book. BP Book. Goblin Lore. Hey, AJ. Hopefully that works for you. Hello from Sweden, just having a lunch break and found your stream. Nice that you stream some of your work. Not really allowed to do that in our company even if I wanted. I feel you. In fact, that's one of the reasons why I started my own company. Because I like to share that. I think it's fun. I think game dev studios need to be a little bit less secretive. And I think it helps players to see what early development looks like, what a prototype looks like, and why it's ugly, and not something that is traditionally shown. But I like doing it. I think it helps motivate me, and it also helps to shape the systems and the features, because then you guys can give me immediate feedback on whether or not something looks fun or looks boring. It's really something to steal, yeah, it just looks ugly as shit. Helps a lot with learning some shit I didn't know before. For me too. Even though I'm the streamer, it's when I get stuck, you guys have your specialized knowledge. And that prevents me from getting stuck in a lot of cases. And I really appreciate that. Goblin lore, world lore, spoon lore. So I'll make a function called yeah, we'll do update. Sorry, I was thinking of what I want to call it and how it's going to look. Update book inventory. I think I use that. Yes. With a new F name. Book ID. First thing we'll want to do is check if the player has this book in their inventory already, which means now I will have to go and update the inventory structure. Oh boy. You really believe in knowledge sharing? It's how most of us become better devs. Me too. We were talking before a couple hours ago that I had seen somebody who locks a lot of their knowledge sharing behind their Patreon. And I'm not really a big fan of that, because I think that if it were like some courses, I could see, okay, you want to charge for maybe this 10 video long course about how to do something. You know, fair enough, right? If it takes a lot of time, you share a lot of specialized knowledge. But if it's just generalized development, or especially knowledge for new people to the industry, I don't like the idea that we are gatekeeping that behind a paywall. That's why all of our educational videos are free. Although I don't really have that many of them, do I? I'll pick that up later. I say that, but I didn't pick up something from yesterday. I'll pick them up today. It's Friday, I'll pick them up today. I promise my room does not look like Asmongold's room. Okay, books. Where's my inventory structure? That's not my inventory structure. I think it's in player. Yeah, there it is. Player inventory. Here should just be... Yeah, I'll just do an array of F names. Maybe it does. It's just boring. It looks boring. Like, there's nothing on the floor because I don't have a rug or anything. And there's just, like, boxes and a fan in this corner, boxes and a printer in this corner. I have my green screen. We're in one corner. And then in the corner behind me, there's nothing. It's just boring. The only interesting thing I have is a picture in a frame, which may or may not be a spoon nut. That's the only interesting. What's a printer? I don't know, hardly know where. I think it's the Goblet Sutra. Yeah, it's my goon corner back there behind my green screen. Okay, this will be books. And we'll save. That's going to affect a lot of things. Oh, actually not that much. Now I have to do this. I have to close and reopen the editor real quick. And I'll show you why. If you change structures in Unreal, and this is something you got to keep an eye on, when starting up the editor in your output log, you'll probably notice, depending on how deep your structures go, that there will be some invalid assets. And it's very subtle. It won't tell you that they've broken. When you play the game, things might be broken, but you won't know why because everything looks fine and compiles. But if you go to build the game, it will fail to build. And for changing inventory for me, I think that will be enough to trigger some of those screw-ups. Your alchemy structure only there to have functions in there? The, which one? Which structure? Okay, let's see what broke. Yep, got 3 of them. 3 breakages. You'll see fstruct properties, serialized loading, and it just outputs unknown structure. Now the fix is easy. You just have to go to the functions that it lists and refresh all the nodes there. So like in our game instance, we have 1. That is in just the player inventory. So if I add something to that and remove it, recompile, save, should be okay. Next one is in the ingredient shelf. Force ingredient inventory to 99. That's for a cheat. Let's go in here, select everything, right click, refresh nodes, compile, save, you're good. And potion inventory item. Remove potion from inventory. And I have to hook this up because it's poorly made. Don't know what you had open. I had the game instance and a function library open. And I used the game instance to store a lot of variables, like the player's inventory. And I used the function library to make global function calls. I actually don't need this. Wait, do I use this anymore? Oh, I do use this. It's a bit outdated. But I should be able to update potion inventory. Plug in the potion data. Is being added false. And then all this can be deleted. Except for that. Except for the one thing that I do need. You have only one function library? How do you set that up? Just a normal BP? I believe when you set it up, you have to determine which class it should inherit from, unless I'm mistaken. And you can do the same with macro library too. Or I think not. Maybe just with macros. Function libraries might automatically be universal. Macro libraries might need to be... Yeah, then you pick parent class. For macro libraries, you can do the same thing if you just choose the object. And because everything inherits from object, so then you can have global macros. I don't know if that's recommended. Maybe some code architect can come in here and tell me you should never do that. I think it's mostly that you probably shouldn't mix and match. So if these are like, if these are functions that you know you should only be using in widgets, you should probably have just a widget function library and widget macro library. Things that modify inventory, though, I like to have universal, because I never know what I'm going to be calling that from. Turn off. What was I doing? Oh yeah. My function library. I'm going to quickly double check all of our update inventory structures just to see if they're okay. I think they are, though. Yeah. No problems here. Update book inventory. We'll do a for each loop through the books in our inventory. Game instance. As long as the first index is valid. Otherwise, we can just return. Now we need to see if at any point we have the book that we're trying to add already in our inventory. If so, we don't want to add it, right? B, does player already have book? Set to true. Do a branch here. Another return node. So if the player doesn't have that in their book, now we can add that. So we will grab the player's book inventory. Yeah, we'll do it this way. We will... It's gonna be a little awkward, but we have to promote it to a local variable first. Then we can perform a safe add unique for redundancy of book ID. And then grab this again, or we can just do a set by ref var book inventory. Thankfully, the complexities of doing this are a lot simpler than potions or ingredients, as the player can only ever have one instance of the book. Take the fast exit, didn't you? And then we can just do a return note. I think that'll be okay. I don't think there's any more complexity we need to add to that. Either they have it and we shouldn't add it, or they don't and we should add it. And then we need to run the bookshelf. Spawn book on shelf. And this is going to take in the book ID. And we'll be able to spawn it from that data table that we set up. So we will do get data table row, ET books, break, local variable, book class to spawn. If the row is not found, we will print. Print a log, append, book not found, and connect up the ID. Add a return node. And then here we can, instead of summoning the example book, we can spawn this book. That's ready. Update book inventory. Yeah, I'll put it in here. Get actor of class. Spawn book on shelf. Book ID, and we should be good to go. Unless we wanted, optionally. No. Well, okay, so I'll explain it to people who might not know. When you pick up a potion or an ingredient or something in the wild, we do have a little pop-up in the bottom right that shows what you picked up. I was wondering if maybe we wanted to do that with books too. Potentially. Potentially. Only for books you put in backpack? Yeah, only for the ones that are actually new. Because if you already own them, we're just going to, we're not going to do anything with it, right? I would like it, what we would need though is we would need an icon for the book. And I'd probably remove the amount. We can do it though. But first, let me actually see if this works. Data, books, assets. Goblin lore. Oh, here it is. Book on goblin lore. These are just placeholder. It's closable. Yeah, whatever about that. A book on goblin lore. What's a funny name for it? Goblins. Goblins. A history. We can make a custom pop-up too if we ever want to, for books, so that you can, you know, see like maybe, I don't know, the cover or the title or something and the author before you actually pick it up. But this is an okay start for it. Spoons. The most incredible utensil. Lengthy book on the importance of spoons. Written by sewer goblins. And this one is world lore. I had a name for the world, but I don't remember it, so I'll just type in world lore. Lore about our world. Jefanium. I don't remember what it was called. I have to write it. I have to like make it the world, and I had started doing it, but it's just a lot of time. I need time to develop parts of my game that I don't think are great for stream, because I need to just sit and think about it, and it's kind of boring. But I can always then come back and bring you guys the results and say, hey, here's what I made yesterday. We'll have to do it. Okay. I have the books set up. They're in the data table. We have the functions. There's a few ways I can test this, but for right now, I'll just make a temporary tester. You have a notepad? Notepads give me a lot at least. Just write something down when you remember it. Yeah, I do use that, because otherwise I will forget. There's no question. Hey Frades, how are the trees doing today? Hopefully still okay. Do you want to start another hobby project again? Long time since last. You guys do no C++ in this one. How do I explain? Yes, mostly not, but only because I am the sole full-time developer on it, and I mainly do blueprints. But when we move to production and start working on the vertical slice, that's when we will be putting probably 85 to 90% of it in C++. but prototyping it first with blueprints and having the programmers prioritize which functions they need to put as part of the core written architecture. But for prototyping, it's mostly blueprints. Yeah. And I think for most Unreal developers that makes sense, but I had to word that specially. Okay, on interact. Yeah, this will be fine. We'll just do it this way. Book inventory. Update book inventory. I will get row names from books, and I'm just going to grab a random one. Yes, it might generate some that we already have, but that's worth testing as well. We should have to just click on this until we get all 3 books on there, and there shouldn't be more than 1 copy of each. Nothing is happening. Why is it not happening? Time to debug. Oh, because I'm stupid. Why would we go false here? It's not that. It's whether or not the book ID is valid. I don't know what I was doing that for. If book ID is equal to none. Then of course we want to just exit out. Better. Okay, let's try that again. Oh, I forgot I'm ticking. Hold on, I gotta fix the books. I always forget to turn off things that I use for testing. Don't tick by default. And do not print. Thank you, sir. Okay. World lore, lore about our world. Second one, goblins, a history. Okay, that generated a duplicate. That's good, it didn't spawn. Duplicate, duplicate. Third one. And we have some issues with the amount of text on there. That's easy fix. And now it won't spawn anymore. Awesome. Tooltip time. Let me fix that. Job, thank you. I still want to make these findable in the world and potential loot that you can get from like backpacks and stuff. But probably only backpacks unless we want to make them float in the water. No, we'll just do the backpacks for now. Almost absent. Plus 3D is a sub. What's that juicy OnlyFans link that I have? For subs only. Alright, let's put a wrap on this. $400 should be safe, right? AJ, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much, man. Hope Sweden's doing well this time of year. Actually, what is it? Where are you? Are you in Stockholm? Malmo? Yeah, it's not too bad. It's a little bit cold. Rainy. Ew. Close to Stockholm, but work there? I was almost working in Stockholm. I was very, very, very close to to getting a job at, oh god, what were they called? It's the developers of the Hunter game. I feel bad for not remembering. I was almost going to work on this game. Yeah, Expansive Worlds, that was what it was. Yeah, and they're a subsidiary of Avalanche. They wanted to hire me, they just didn't have the budget to do it. Which just kind of sucks, but, you know, is what it is, I guess. When do you think this game will be finished? Hey, Whistler. At least 3 years from now. If we get funded right now, minimum 3.5 years. If like money just landed in my bank account. Let me check the size. Come here. A huge cookie. You can play this sound if you want. How long until your prototype is 100% done? We would like to have the first playable finished by next year, late spring. April, end of May is, I think, the internal deadline. I think at worst case, we will be very, very close to that. I get several X people from that. Been working at King Dice here. The rest is own started company as well. Oh, that's really cool. Very nice. And take care. See you later, AJ. Thank you for the follow. 400? Oh, that's not enough. We need to... We'll try wrapping at 650. That'll work. I can show you the Trello that I need to fill out some more. But this is our goal. Right now, the priority is lists further to the left. Lists are features or in some cases pillars of our game. And then cards are aspects of that feature that we need to do. Keeping it simple, I don't want to like get too bogged down with like a Jira or something. So potion combat is what we're working on now. Although I'm taking a small break from that because I need to do an update call with our combat designer. And that'll be happening early next week. And then we can continue with potion combat. Then I have a lot of like open world features to develop. Fishing, farming, more environmental puzzles. Seasons, which I'm really not sure how I'm going to prototype that, but I'll figure out a way. Our corruption system with altars and some more ingredient reactions to effects from the environment. Then we need to add 2 more NPCs fully written out, as well as merchants, voice act one of them. Do a couple of reworks to the alchemy system. And right now I'm working on the lore bookshelf because it's just something miscellaneous. Prepare for the conferences at the start of spring, which will be Digital Dragons and probably Gamescom I will go to, depending on how much we have done and if I feel like there's enough reason to spend that much money, which I think there will be. And then we'll see what happens. That is the plan. That's better. Yeah, 650 looks really good on that. Oh. Something bugged out there. That was weird. I went to interact with it, but it didn't pull it up. Okay. Kinda weird. Okay, let's try the world lore. See what happens. It doesn't fire the interact. That's weird. Maybe there's something wrong with their setup? Yeah, but I was using default. Or is it just because there's no pages? Is there a difference between a first playable and a prototype? Semantically, not much. Like your first playable, every single company I think defines first playable differently, or they might even use a different term. What your game should look like before you go and start production on the vertical slice should... It can really just depend. You should just feel confident that you have as many unknowns ironed out before jumping into production, right? And that could be, it could be a paper prototype. Like you could have made a board game as a example of your strategy game, maybe. It could be a collection of various prototypes. It could be illustrations. It could be just some documentation along with a couple of other things. I try to put it all into one prototype. It's a little bit more work, but that allows me to get a better feeling of what the whole loop is going to feel like. But if you want to prototype features separately in different projects, and for a publisher, when you're pitching the game, just show, okay, here's this aspect, here's our potion making, and then load up the second project, and here's what it looks like when the player is interacting with NPCs, right? And we've spawned in some potions. You can do that too, right? Though having it in one cohesive, project to me helps to eliminate additional unknowns, and it forces you to think about the entire loop without having to jump between projects. So what your first playable can look like is just up to you, as long as you feel comfortable that you've eliminated as many unknowns as possible before jumping into production. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Okay, I think the issue is maybe just that there are no pages for it to load up. So if I add in some empty pages, perhaps it's going to be okay. What's the most recent unknown that you didn't know you didn't know? So an unknown. Most recent. It's hard for me to describe something that I didn't know that I would need. I don't really remember it. I don't really remember the things that I, in the moment, were like, oh, I didn't know that I would have needed that. But I can definitely say that I didn't know getting swimming in the game would be so difficult. And that was a big unknown. Book animations. I definitely don't know how to do them. That is still an unknown for me. You didn't know, but... Okay, yeah, I didn't know that I would want to have the animations of pulling them out and putting them back in. But that would be a unknown known, so I knew how to do it. I didn't know that I would need to do it. But it was still an unknown. Character's Afro-American and they therefore not swim. Problem solved. Also sorry for this stereotype. It's okay. I'm white, so I can't jump, right? Actually, I'm just overweight, so I can't jump. No, I can jump. It's not like I'm bulging at the seams. I just could stand to lose like 20 pounds. And trim up like my legs or something, so I can fit into jeans better. You're white with Afro-American heritage. Oh, that's pretty cool. Never heard of that stereotype of swimming? Let's all just state stereotypes about our heritage. Okay, yeah, it didn't have any Oh. Yeah, it just didn't have any pages in it. Jesus Christ, it took me a long time to think of that word. One thing I could do is I noticed that the transform of the book changes. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Is it worth it to tell the book to close first before we send it back? Is it possible to do that? Such a waste of time. I think I could tell it to turn to page. But I don't know if I can bind an event to that. Is there a way to do that? Did the book has to come with the ability to turn pages? It did. Turn to book start. Like, if I could bind an event on when that function finishes, or wait until it finishes. Up, drop, timeline, finite. Yeah, that's... Is there a way to do it? You guys can teach me something new. V5, wait until function... Well, it's the function finishes in that frame because it's a function. It's not supposed to take time. I need a notifier of when it gets to the first page. I could set a timer, but the timer is going to depend on how long it takes to turn one page, which seems like a waste. It's a waste of time. It's not worth it right now. Prototype. Not going to be part of the final game. American people of color weren't allowed to use public pools, so a lot of people never learned to swim. With a generation of parents who didn't know how to swim, the kids would also be far less likely to go to the pool, and that's unfortunately quite inherited. Ooh. That is unfortunate. Hopefully that's changing, though. Don't do it. Habbo Hotel contributed to that stereotype. Oh, Habbo Hotel. Okay, so let's make collectible loot then for books. How do we want to handle this? I have seen pools. I've seen all of Internet Historian. All of his videos are exceptional. I could place these actors in the wild. What I think I'd rather do is... I don't know. If we place these out in the wild, it would work. It would work fine. Like if there was, I don't know, a book leaning up against this tree, right, for goblin lore. This tree, this signpost. The player would be able to interact with it and read it. It would be nice though if I could just put one down and change the ID. Which I guess we could do. But does it matter? No, it doesn't matter. What we should do though is... probably on master book. Store an ID. Instance editable. And then rather than writing in directly the strings, we can store that information maybe in the data table, and on construct we can update the tooltip, or on begin play we can update the tooltip with the tooltip data. So it'll have the reference and then the name and description, which we will actually just make F names and put in the string table. Name, description. Am I eating babies now? What the hell happened? Oh yeah, we need to make these the goblin lore name, the goblin lore description, crash the engine. God, it takes so long to load. Imagine if it was Freaky Friday and you switch bodies with Blue Dick Boy. I think I would first check if my dick was actually blue. It looks exactly like a blue Unreal debug arrow. I wouldn't know what to do with that. Alright, where's my string table? Damn, we have over 1,000? The good thing is F names are hashed. So whenever we have to call a string, it is significantly less challenging than having to do 1,000 loops of a data table. Don't ask me how it works. It just works. Always 90-degree perpendicular to your pelvis. It's gonna be hard to hide then. I mean, like I'm back in middle school or something. All right, where are these books? Goblins: A History. Well, that didn't copy properly. I copy properly. Spoon lore, world lore. Okay, strings are updated. Let's re-import those. Obviously not the most proper way to do strings, but it works for prototype. We wanted an icon here too, for a different reason. So I'll add a texture 2D. Not gonna need that now. Okay, on begin play. Set up strings, or set up tooltip strings. Take the book ID. Get data table row. Get string. First text box to use. Second text box to use. I think I know the reason for that. Once the first playable is done, how long do you anticipate pitching to publishers will take before you achieve funding? Ideally, the shortest amount of time possible. More realistically, until you achieve funding. Does that... would that mean until it lands in my bank account? Or until we've signed papers? Please sign a contract. I don't know, 3 to 6 months maybe. It depend. It could depend on if I want to shop around for publishers, if I'm not liking the deals that are being shown to me. You know, if I want to fix some things first and then try to repitch it. I'm not under a massive time constraint right now, simply because our burn down, or our burn rate, not burn down, our burn rate is, as a company, is very, very minimal. So if I can put a couple more months of work into something to ensure that we get a better publishing contract, it could be worth it. What would you guesstimate the percentage chance that you will get the funding you desire? Depends who we take it to, right? You know, I take it to like indie publishers. Even asking for the 700,000 to make our vertical slice. It's really not in their budgets usually. They're looking for smaller things. The big dogs, though, if they like our game, 700,000 to build a vertical slice is chump change to them. Oops, not that one. Where's my strings? Oh, there. Or would they fund a vertical slice but not the whole game? It's cheaper to fund the vertical slice and determine if the pitched loop is as fun as it seemed during the pitch. And they could cancel it without spending the much larger amount of time and money to develop the entire game. So seeking funding for vertical slice is pretty common nowadays and a lot safer for publishers. Obviously not the most ideal for studios since, you know, you're getting a smaller amount of money and hoping that the success of your company, you know, the success of your company is riding on that hope that your vertical slice is actually good enough. But if the vertical slice isn't fun, it's unlikely that the rest of the game is going to be fun. And it's much easier to say to publishers, yeah, we're looking for $700,000 so that you can determine if this game is going to be fun in about 9 months, as opposed to waiting 3 years and spending $4 million. If I don't take the vertical slice further, will the vertical slice still go up on Steam? If we don't, well, that would be part of the publishing contract, right? Is what happens if they say no. Most of the time, if they say no, the game goes back to the developers and they can do what they want with it. One option is to throw it up on Steam and change your production into an early access pipeline and, you know, just start making money from that. Although, if the publisher says no to the vertical slice because the vertical slice isn't fun, 9 times out of 10, I would say that you're probably not going to find that funding on Steam. Just because, you know, publishers, it is their job to determine if a game is fun, and if they have determined that your game isn't going to be fun, players probably won't either. Not always true, but, you know, the writing was on the walls. Put it that way. But there would be a section in your contracts that would dictate what happens if the publisher pulls out early. Which they should do if you don't want to get pregnant, right? Okay, that looks proper. Update book inventory. Set this to category inventory. We will need an extra loot type. I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. Yeah, on pickup, we'll start here. On interact, update book inventory. Of course, if we already have it, nothing's going to change, but if we don't, then we properly update. I don't understand how publishers make money. It seems like way too much risk and way too low reward. Here's an example. After being in the industry for about 10 years as a game designer, I can generally look at most games before they release and tell you if they're going to be good or bad. I can look at most prototypes and tell you if the core loop of that prototype is enjoyable or not. So what they do is they hire people like me, or even in most cases way better than me, who can look at a game, look at a company and say, yeah, not worth it. Or they can look at it and say, okay, you got something here, business plan looks good, milestone plan looks good. Then they invest money into it, right? And take a percentage of the profits that they've calculated will for sure net them a hefty boost in net income after all is said and done. Now, is it a for sure game? No, it's not a for sure game. Otherwise, Concord would have been canceled much earlier on, and Sony would have left before they realized that they're going to lose a shit ton of money. But most publishers are pretty good at staying afloat and pretty good at determining which games are going to be successful, but it's not like it works out every time, right? The one thing I need to do is on the main game HUD, we have our crosshair. I need to set that to toggle its visibility, essentially. Though I'm curious how our setting works. Let me see how our settings menu works with the crosshair. I should have. If there's anything that needs to be commented out, you know what? It probably should have been this. Let's not talk about it, okay? We just have crosshair opacity. Okay, so we don't have a boolean for whether or not the crosshair is on. So there's a couple ways I could do this. Now we'll just adjust visibility. Fuck it. And you know what? I'm going to add it to the event graph because it will piss some people off. Get widgets. Don't judge me. That visibility collapsed. Most publishers sign a contract before the first playable is even finished. No, that depends on what your studio is. If you are an established studio, and like very established, you know how to make games, there's no question about it. Some publishers might just take a pitch that you have and sign it, right? Like if Rockstar for some reason went up to a publisher tomorrow and said, yeah, we want to make this game, here's the GDD, or here's just a rough pitch. Most of the publishers, if they have the money, they're gonna be like, okay, no problem, because there's no Rockstar game that gets made and doesn't seem to produce hefty profits. But if you are a new studio, or you don't have many games under your belt, or your games don't seem to be that successful, they might up the requirements. And in some cases might even just ask you for a vertical slice. Like, no, we're not paying for it, you need to make it. Okay, that should hide the crosshair. Then when you pitch this to publishers, they said you already had more than most people have when they pitch. I don't know if that was as much of a compliment to my game as it might sound. It's just that indie publishers may not, let me think of it this way. Indie publishers probably don't vet, they may not filter to the same extent that larger publishers will. So they often will see games with much lower budgets and time frames, and because of that, you might get a bit more of the low quality, you know, garbage that doesn't really have any longevity to it or any possible stuff to it. So when I was pitching, I was pitching primarily to indie publishers who didn't really have the money to move for my game. And so maybe, yeah, I had a bit more than they often see, because I might have just misjudged how much they're looking to spend per month. But honestly, it's because I didn't know. I had no idea how much indie publishers have to spend. Now I do. At least the ones here in Poland. Now I can then say, okay, if I'm going to be looking at studios to publish my game, or publishers to publish my game, I know who I need to target, and it's people above these. Trial by fire, right? Okay, that should work. We should be able to place then these separate assets around the game. They'll go to the inventory and they will be put onto the player's bookshelf. So for instance, if I place one of the books out here, it should make a duplicate copy on the bookshelf. It did not. Why didn't it? That's because we didn't give it the right book ID. B Goblin Lore. That was my bad. The Spoon Lore. You think if I make a really good first playable for an MMO, is there a chance in hell that I'll get funded? You're not gonna like this. You're not gonna like it. And it's not that you can't do it. I'm not gonna say that. For most games, I would say the threshold to get funding is, let's just say here. This is all relative. For multiplayer games, for games with some online elements, complex systems, maybe the threshold's a bit higher, right? Because you got to prove to a publisher that you know what you're doing with multiplayer. An MMO, the threshold to get funded is up here. And it all has to do with risk. Most MMOs fail. They are a congested market with a few old players that have so much content and weight behind them that pulling players away from that is one of the most difficult tasks, one that I never want to try to do. And so the risk of making a new MMO is here because most of them will just not really generate the profits back. Not in the amount of time and money that's going to take to develop that game, which is for most MMOs over 100 million, no questions asked. Because that's just what it takes to compete with most MMORPGs. The market for MMOs that aren't WoW is very, very, very small. Yeah, it really is. What if I can make an MMO for 4 million? If you can prove that your MMO is going to be so fun and good, but just remember, to make the first playable, maybe it costs that much. To make the entire MMO for 4 million, I don't know. The MMO market is very entrenched. It is extremely risky. Everybody's trying to compete with it, and nobody seems to go against old school RuneScape, Final Fantasy 14, and World of Warcraft. So you need to prove that not only is your game fun, but it has the ability to pull people away from those 3 games. Can it be done? Sure. Is it easy? No. Okay, pick it up, put it down. It should be in our inventory. It is in our inventory. And we generate more books. Beautiful. Success. Let me go to the bathroom. We will continue forward. We're almost there. We have to do a couple things. We have to remember what books have been read. Matt Trippy, thank you for the raid, man. I was just about to go to the bathroom.
Raided my stream with 4 viewers.
True. I was just about to go to the bathroom. So, pause everything. I will piss faster. Promise. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Oh, Grizzy RP, thank you for the follow. Sorry. That was such bad timing, but I really had to go. I'm so sorry. Hey, Mad Chirpy as well. That was just such horrible timing on my part. Sorry about that. I forgot what I was doing. Okay, we have books. We can place them out in the world. They go to our inventory. We need to reward books in some cases. So I need to set that up as a possible loot type. And then we need to have it display on the... Okay, yeah, that'll work. That'll work. I was successful because of a series of coincidences, not because of good game design. No problem. Here's the thing, you still need to get people away. If you want to make an MMO, you have to pull people away from that. And scale is one of the most dangerous aspects of an MMO, right? Because scale means cost. So the larger you expect your game to be, the more it's going to cost to maintain it, which means you need to make that money back. And that also increases risk. Okay, loot type, let's add a new one. Book. If your MMO isn't competing with WoW in any way, because I don't know what type of game your MMO is. You won't even want to call it an MMO because it will attract the wrong audience. Well, that means you're going to have your biggest difficulty is going to be marketing the game to the right audience. Like, where is your niche and how big is your niche? Publishers will ask you for competing games because they want to see how big is this niche. You know, they don't want to see, oh, has your game been, well, they do want to see if your game has been done before, but they want to see, for people who like alchemy games like us, or people who like open world life sim type of sandboxes, what's the market and where's the market crossover? And are there enough people to make it so that your estimated sales at your desired PPU can actually return a profit in the number of years that you want to make it in, right? Okay, reward loot. We also need to update collectible item type. Do we? Do we need collectible item type? We kind of handle it in a different way. What is the wrong audience? Or like our game? For Cauldron Chronicles? Yeah, we do handle that in a separate way. Oh, in relation to what Ice Cream wrote? Well, he said that his MMO is not competing with WoW, so his wrong audience. When someone wants to play your game, how can they be the wrong audience? Well, the wrong audience is people who don't want to play your game and who have no interest in it, right? Give you an example. Ark, I have no interest in Ark. It's not my type of game. I mean, but even worse, I think sports games for me are probably the best example, because I look at a sports game, it's like I have nothing to play this for. This isn't my type of game. I'm not the audience. So if you're targeting ads at me, or you want to use me as an example for, you know, people who aren't going to buy your game, that's the one to go for. Now, games that you want to play but don't appeal to you because of some reason, maybe like First Descendant is a game that I might like playing, but I played it and don't enjoy it. I'm the right audience, and I, as the audience, don't like it. And that's where usually like negative reviews come from, is people who are within the audience but don't like it, or people who thought they were within the audience but actually aren't, and therefore don't like it. So that is a case of mismarketing. I think book. So when we reward... Yeah, but reward loot takes into here. Well, it'd be more like random book. Although we could do specific book. We could do book and random book. But I think we should reward specific books. So we'll keep it like that for now. Yeah, we do need to update collectible item type. The wrong audience is people who like to grind XP, tab target combat, all the WoW-like mechanics, basically. People who are looking for yet another WoW clone wouldn't enjoy my game. I think WoW my game have in common is that thousands of players can log in at the same time and interact. What is the MMO or the multiplayer game, it doesn't have to be MMO, that most closely resembles your game? Or if it is a single player game, but now you say it's like this game, but as massively multiplayer, you know, what are your competing products and what are your products of inspiration? Sometimes there is overlap, right? Mortal Online 2? Mortal Online 2. So just a big ass sandbox. Persistent sandbox world, no classes or levels. Train the skills you want for your own unique build. Player driven trade, economy and housing, millions of crafting combinations. How do you plan to get to the first playable for this? Bosses, full loot, full PvP, slap it together. I mean, it's about as good enough of an answer as I could ask for first playable. What did this game do wrong in your opinion? Because, you know, this is kind of similar to like PAX Day, right? PAX Day, whatever. You guys know what I'm talking about. Similar kind of idea. Big old sandbox, do what you want, player-driven economy. And I know that these games are still different, but what do these games not do that you need them to do for your game? Or is it just that they don't do it well enough? That's also a valid answer, right? In which case, how are you going to make them better and do it for a lot, or do it for less money or the same amount of money as they did? A lot they don't do and a lot they don't do well enough. Let's start with what don't they do? Okay, book would be update book inventory. Only thing is we never reward, if we reward books, we never do it in multiples. There's never an amount to add. But we could handle that. We could update book inventory to have inputs for amount to add. Wouldn't be a big deal. mount to add, because then we just do a 4. Although in this case, if there are multiple mounts, why would we even care about that then? Hoard loot. Yeah, well, actually we don't need to care. I don't know why I was caring about that. We don't need that. What we do need is to whether or not to show it on the loot widget. So B, show on loot widget. A lot of MMOs that have been trying different things, fairly similar to Mortal Online 2, player-built cities, player-driven economy, sandbox, they just don't ever seem to get the necessary traction or maintain it. Because in my opinion, I could be wrong, just my opinion, I think the idea of players building everything and managing everything sounds great on paper, but players don't actually want to do it when they're asked to do it. They think, oh, cool, I wish there was an idea, you know, I'm glad that players are dicks. You know, it's especially MMO players, it's a very toxic genre. Players think they want it, but they don't want it. Or it's not done in a way that, I don't know, it's hard to say. It's also very, very difficult to do well, and it's very expensive to do well. That looks fine. Generate loot. Yeah, add that to rewarded IDs as well. Start to make a building loop properly customizable and rewarding for the player. It basically just turns into it turns into Rust. The moment you say players can build anywhere, it just turns into Rust. I mean, that's the reality. I think, you know, games that give you that private housing like Genshin does, I know WildStar does. I don't play a lot of MMOs, but ones that give you private housing that you can build the way you want probably tend to do better. Otherwise, it's Rust. And you get players being dicks, players being trolls, just destroying everything, griefing, which destroys your player base. When a historically accurate feudalism, everything you say just increases the scope further and further. If you can do it, I mean, hats off. It's going to be really, really difficult to do it. There's so much interplay in all of the systems that you have. I mean, you can say feudalism's scope would be small, but you have to determine, you know, what happens to players that don't play anymore. What happens if they have alternate accounts? What happens if somebody hijacks that account? You know, what kind of permissions do these characters have? Now you need security on this stuff, and it all just kind of it balloons out of control very, very quickly. Are there any errors? Or not. We need to set up what happens if the player wants this shown on the inventory, on the loot widget. Let's get that working. Show loot slider. We need icon, loot name, and amount being added. I'll set it up so that if the amount being added is 0, we just collapse that part of the widget. Kingdom Come Deliverance is sort of historically accurate, and the attention to detail that has gone into making it feel like a real feudalistic living world is enormous. Great game. Rubbish combat. Yeah, we played it recently. People were not happy with me being able to cheese the combat by stabbing everything. But I had fun. It was just the right amount of jank that I enjoyed it. Data table row. Books. Break. Get string. Icon, loot name, amount being added is 0. And in that case, it just won't matter. We could also say if amount being added is -1. Although I don't... Nah, we'll just keep it 0. You don't have to aim for that, but just know that I think players nowadays, especially for MMOs, are desiring new MMOs to graphically compete. I'll just say graphically compete. If your game is fun, you can get away with it. But the only times people seem to be allowing an MMO to have stylized, which is not any cheaper than realistic, let's be honest. But let's just say janky, is if the gameplay is fun. Or it's an old MMO, established. And if you use asset packs, it's a crapshoot. If the game is really good and uses asset packs, players won't care. If the gameplay is meh or bad and uses asset packs, players will probably jump down your throat for it. I need the whole border for it. Where is it? Amount box. Wouldn't release a game if you thought it was meh. Well, what a designer thinks is meh and what is actually meh are two different things. If it were easy to know that all games released would be fantastic. Is equal to 0 or true, elapsed, otherwise not hit testable, self, and ultra. Be good. The thing is, publishers have to trust that you'll be able to get it done. They're giving you money. The harsh reality is that if you've never made any games before and you go to a publisher and you pitch an MMO, well, it's just unlikely, put it that way. Even if the first playable is good, they want to know that you can get it done within the time frame. They want to know that you'll know how to put together a team, right? There's a lot of factors here. I had to tell clients that the project they had spent 30 million euros on was a bad idea and even worse implementation. That they fell in love with their own idea too much and imagined it would be something everyone wanted. Market research is crucial. And if you're doing an MMO, you have to do really good market research. Because if people don't want your game, it doesn't matter if your game is good. It ain't gonna sell. I think that'll work. I think that'll allow us to reward loot, books as loot. But we need icons, so I will make some fake icons, or at least just get like a book icon and use it as a placeholder. Good enough. Not to sound egotistical, but I'm confident that my taste in game design is accurate and not delusional. Said every egotistical designer ever. Ever. All of them. Because it doesn't taste, there's no taste in game design. There are markets. There are trends. They're always changing. Back in the day, turn-based strategy games and real-time strategy games were massive. Nowadays, pitching an RTS, it better not cost that much because the market is very, very small. All right, let's see. Loot table. Loot test. Throw a book in here. There are 2 books in here. Let's throw all 3 books in here. Book B, Goblin Lore. World Lore. Spoon Lore. That was the other one. You can pitch any RTS you want as long as it's Age of Empires. Yeah, RTS is a tough, very, very tough market to pitch to. Unless your game is revolutionary, it's really hard to get picked up. There's a lot of delusional designers out there, but I know I'm not one. But that's ego talking. That's ego talking. Like no designer is Hideo Kojima, and Hideo Kojima does not spit out perfect games all the time. You need an intuition to know what will be fun. But that doesn't mean that it will be fun. Thinking something will be fun and knowing something will be fun is two different things. And even if it is fun, that does not mean that it will sell. If this worked out, then every games journalist, every food critic, every wine connoisseur would be able to absolutely predict taste. The problem is you can't predict taste, you can't predict trends, and you can't predict what's going to hit the market at the right place at the right time. You can do your best to try to align the stars. The stars may not align still. I can't AI. I knew somebody who used AI to try to predict market trends. If that says anything about his ability. Alright, let's use this backpack as a tester. I will update loot test. 1 pole. And we'll throw a few of these around. Some of these may result in nothing though, because you might already have the book. People are just naturally gifted with the intuition and others are not. Not all game designers are made equal. Yeah, but I'm telling you, you can think you're the greatest designer in the world and you can pump out the steamiest, hottest, freshest, most disgusting trash ever. And if you think I'm wrong, we've had so many games recently, especially from AAA publishers, probably with designers who thought they were creating the next greatest thing. And it just isn't. And there are sadly plenty of examples of games that are really, really good that just don't get picked up by many people. Okay, well that did nothing. Did it at least reward the books? It did not. Okay. Fantastic. Let me try it again. Because there was one of the entries with nothing in it. Is this a book backpack? Yeah, I'm just testing to reward books as loot. But it clearly does not seem to be functioning, so I'm missing something. The add rewarded. You know what? We might not be condensing it. No, it shouldn't matter. We should condense it. We return back. We have books. Update book inventory. Show on loot widget. Book ID not equal to nothing. Show on loot widget true. So after all that grinding we get to read. Yeah, what's going on with this? Why is it not functioning? There's two things I gotta fix here. Actually, I might know what could be causing it. Fine. It's probably invalid structures because I've made those changes and I haven't checked. So let me fix those first. Probably what it is. That's how scary that shit is. Like, it will not tell you that it errors out. It compiles fine. It just won't work. And for the longest time, I never knew why, or like what was causing that. Scary bug. Apparently if you make your structures in C++, though, that does not happen. So. And I'll fix these up as well. Message called. Oh, it's probably just the same thing. Or is it? Now we'll check those out too. This is a separate problem. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Actually, I don't see any issues there. Those are DLSS things. Fab browser API, nice. There's errors in their fab. I don't see any red here. Okay. So it's something separate. Let's trace it. See if we can figure it out. Do game design like American Idol, all the contestants think they are good singers, but only some of them are good singers. Some of them are good singers that just don't get enough votes, though. Because American Idol is a popularity contest. Claim objective truth, claiming you can determine trends and innovate while calling successful games poorly designed, and then say you're not delusional. Unless I'm reading it wrong, that sounds mightily like delusion or grandeur. It is. And, you know, we're saying this out of compassion for you. Don't get us wrong here. It doesn't matter how good your game is. It can still fail. And it could still be a good game, but only the market determines that, right? Not the designer. The designer does not get to determine if their game is good. It's not how it works. The chef does not get to determine if their food is good. They can think their food is good. It's the customer that determines that. Actually, every successful game, if a game is reviewed well and has sold well, then yes, it is designed well, even if there are still issues with the design. Because again, the customers determine that. A game can still be janky, still have some systems that could be designed better. The world lore. Okay. Yes, return that. Ingredient. Oh, because we didn't update get item type from ID. Oopsies. Found it. Found the bug. B. Set item type book. I know it's weird. I know it's weird, but we fixed the problem. There it is. I mean, let's factor off addiction, because I feel like that is that slightly is different. monetization design, creating fun games, yeah, there are similarities that you're creating that addictive loop. They have slightly different focuses though. Yeah, there's predatory and not predatory. It reminds me of, there was that there's a YouTuber. She was you could tell she was very fresh to game design, and she was arguing that Vampire Survivors was no better than a slot game in the casino, like a casino slot game, because they used similar methods of rewarding the player. And she was trying to argue that. I was like, well, there's two very big differences between there's a very big difference between a slot machine and Vampire Survivors. You're trying a little too hard to beautiful. 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 But the thing is, WoW is, what you describe as WoW being not good in your opinion is your opinion. And the numbers clearly show that WoW is still, let's use the word played a lot by many, many people. I need to do one other thing. First, I need to get the icon in the game. Content, alchemy, art. Book icons. Make sure that shows up. Book. Book icon. Nice. Spoon's the most incredible utensil. What a book. Outer fronts, wow. Oh my god. Crazy stuff. People don't play WoW because it's fun, they play it for sentimental reasons. Both of those can be true. And sentimentality has to be recognized by designers as both a legitimate and dangerous tactic to market games to players or features, and to include features in games. We talk about it often, which is the familiarity is important for a game. If your game is too unfamiliar when the player starts it up, like let's say it's a first-person shooter, but your controls are completely backwards for what an FPS is traditionally supposed to be, a lot of players, in fact, most players, I would say, would probably quit. Especially if it takes too long to remap it, right? Maybe there was a bad boolean or enum, and it's like, oh, they just have to switch it back to classic mode. But if it can't be, most players will just quit because they don't want to jump into that much unknown. That's why tutorials exist, as they spoon feed those breadcrumbs to the player as they get deeper and deeper into the game. Making your game different is great, Making your game too different is dangerous. And that's usually where I see a lot of junior designers, like artsy junior designers, tend to fail, as they want to make these games that are so different the world has never seen them. And then they complain like, why is nobody playing my game? Why does nobody download my game? Well, it's because your game is... nobody knows what the fuck it is. That doesn't mean that your game isn't good, but the familiarity is important. Okay, the last thing I need to do is when the player picks up a book and read it, we need to save that that book has been read. We could also save pages, but for now I'll just save that the book has been read. And I think I stored it in the game instance as master book classes. I think I'll just save this as fnames. Walking up to NPCs with an exclamation point over their heads, then collecting 10 bear pelts for them, rinse and repeat for hundreds of hours. That's not fun, that's bad game design. I would argue that the quest design might be boring and could be done better. But that's me. If there is a market for people who just want brainless quests like that, and you have to ask yourself, is it that the quest design itself is brainless and undesirable? Or is it because it's done in a high enough density and that sometimes that's okay and sometimes it might even be desirable? You really need to diversify your view on players and people in general. It's not one homogeneous mass, black and white or gray. It's true. Players are very, very different. People will play different games for various reasons. It could even just be that a new game has come out that sets the standard or updates the standard for what it is. Now your old design that you thought was great is outdated in many players' eyes. People find it fun to build their economy in WoW, spending their time in game mining, urbing, and whatever. Some play for the social aspect. Some want to face the hardest content possible. Many, many other reasons. That's true. And each of those is a separate, like, sub-market of people who play your game. Why are they playing it? What do they like about it? Yeah, of course, there's probably a small subset of people in WoW that play PvP. I don't know what the percentage is. Let's just say, for instance, it is 5% of players engage in PvP and enjoy it. Do you think then it's good design to release an update that is an expansion that is primarily featured around PvP? Even if it's fun, it's only going to be fun for the 5% of players that really enjoy it. And even then, some players might not enjoy it. And you might trade off. You might get people who didn't enjoy PvP, but now will enjoy PvP because it's fun. But the vast majority of people will probably say that the expansion was not enjoyable to them because they don't enjoy PvP. There are no-brainer quests, memorable quests, and great story arcing quests that are fun. There's a lot of different gameplay loops and variation with those loops. Yes. And I think that that's why there is no good or bad design. There's only subjectively good and bad design. And if you want to put it to a metric, you could say that a selection of Steam reviewers, that in general, Steam reviewers will determine if your game is good or bad as a collective niche. That to people who we'll use Starfield as an example. Starfield, I believe, was slightly mismarketed, which can lead to negative reviews because people who thought it would do A saw that it did B, refunded, and in some cases will downvote the game, right? But that to people who wanted Starfield, we can see that roughly speaking, 59% of them generally seemed to like what it offered. The other 41% didn't seem to like what it offered. Therefore, you can say that the games, the opinions about the design of the game, and I think in most cases it is opinions. I don't think the game was that buggy in this case, but let's say just for the design, the opinions are mixed. But I'm sure that the designers seem to think that their game was all that. Many designers do. Update book inventory. We also need to update book read, which is pretty similar. So I'll make a new function called update book read status. Update book read status. Book ID be remove read status. If for some reason we want to say that the player has forgotten their knowledge of that book, I don't think we'll ever use that, but you never know. Superman 64 is objectively bad design. You know, there are people that would have said that it is objectively bad design to create Goat Simulator. And yet, I would argue that it very clearly shows that to the market that was wanting this kind of game, objectively, most people thought that it was enjoyably designed. If we discount any reviews that would be for like art or for programming or whatever. I promise you that there were some people out there who liked it. Yep, not black or white. I think you have to be careful with the word objectively. You absolutely have to. I think everything regarding design is subjective. There is no objectively good or bad design. Someone will like it. Its beauty is in the eye of the beholder. A game's fun, it is also in the hands of the beholder. Something like that. What are we doing here? We need the book, get books read. If the book is already on this list, actually we could just do a find item. If it's already on the list, which I don't know why we didn't do that with rewarding books, but I kind of forget sometimes that things exist. If it's not equal to -1, then we don't have it. In which case, and it's a little awkward, but I have to do it this way. We need to get local books read, add unique for safety, book ID. Or this is where we can do the branch of remove read status, remove read status. Damn, 5 million? That was just on PC, right? Unless you were looking for total sales and not just Steam sales. I wonder how Goat Simulator 3 did comparatively. I hope they keep making games. That way we only have to do the check once, and for whatever reason, if we need to remove that index, we can just grab the found index, remove index. We don't want to remove item, we want to remove the index, otherwise it'll just leave a blank space in there. You don't want that. And because we might use this in our narrative, I'll do a get book read status. That way it's ready to go. You can treat the concept of great game design as something objective, and that's what we're saying. There's no objective truth to good or bad design. There are preferences. That doesn't make them objective. Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, you can say Goat Simulator is great meme design. I would not say that it's bad game design, because according to the market that the game was marketed to, the game is almost universally praised. And it has sold well and turned a profit, meaning that from a game design standpoint and from a business standpoint, the game was successful and well liked. I think that the wording, though, matters, Ice Creek. And it matters because other people will hear it. And you say that we don't know, that we know what you mean, but actually we don't know what you mean. Pave the way for games like Untitled Goose Game? Yeah, absolutely. Which is another fantastic. I loved Untitled Goose Game. Good book read status, bring in a book ID, and we need to return a boolean. Book ID. Boolean B has been read. This should be easy. Grab the game instance. Get books read. Find. Get book ID. If it is not equal to -1, then the book has been read. I like functions like that. I like that. That is a good function. Where do I put these? Probably both in inventory. Doesn't really have to do with inventory though. More like story. We have a lot of functions. Jesus. Things can be profitable, yet you and I could agree that it has bad game design. Well, I think every game has bad game design. There's no perfect game out there, because that is, of course, subjective. And yes, a profitable game doesn't mean that it is a good game. It just means that from a business standpoint, the game was successful. Games that would do that, maybe, I don't know, what's a good example? I would argue that probably Diablo 4 was financially successful. And yet, 30% of players roughly, let's say, just did not enjoy the game and did not think that it was worth, that the value was there for them. Again, for whatever reason, we can simplify it to say game design, but really it could be maybe somebody encountered a lot of bugs, maybe somebody thought it wasn't worth the money, which isn't really to do with the game design necessarily, but kind of is. I mean, they could not, whatever reason, it can go so nuanced that it's hard to say that a game is praised for its design or hated for its design. I think it's easy to tell if it's overwhelmingly that case in one case or the other. You know, Untitled Goose Game, I think people seem to enjoy the game for its design and the fact that it is stable, sounds great, the art's fun, whimsical, villain protagonist. Yes, but good game design is also correlated but not a guarantee of profit, right? So you can do your best to make a damn good game. That doesn't mean that it's going to be successful from a financial standpoint. Eskimo has to be nature's dick. True. Okay, so we have our bookshelf, actually. We just don't have any books to put in there. We don't have any content to fill it with. But we do have it. Subjectively overall. We could put a book here on the table for the player to find. We just have to fill it up with content. That's your alpha and beta stages. Speaking there, of course, if you're doing a vertical slice, you have to treat it like full production. It's full production of an itty bitty game. Here, we'll put the one up here for world lore. But eventually we'll need to get it looking good. Oh. How does that sit on there? Yeah, that sits perfectly. No, it does not. No, it sits perfectly. I wonder what these pages look like, though. Very, very curious about it. Got a front and back. Widget front, widget back. You grab it from a texture group. Parent M page. And then the page reads from a texture. See, I was wondering if you could do that, which is kind of nice. That way you can set up a widget if you want some custom stuff on there, like interactables. But you can also just pull directly from a texture. That's really nice. And we can set this up at some other time when we have the lore written. It would be good at least to fill up these 3 books. There is one book that we have to set up. That is one that is supposed to be rewarded to you as part of Spoon's dialogue. But I definitely won't have time to do that today, because it'll require us to actually put in all the dialogue related to that, and maybe some some discussion you could have about what you read. Be kind of fun. You can specify specific indices. Locked to book. Interesting. I don't know if I want a case where you can... Well, maybe it would be kind of cool if you could if you could loot different pages of a book that might, you know, allow you to solve a secret or something. And we could do it with this. He continues being a goblin and gets voice at some point. Can we please not make him speak Cockney British? Seems to be the goblin default. That is what I was going to make him speak. I'm going to be honest. You caught me. What? What you want? Okay, so I could also specify widgets for this. Are there any examples of widgets being used here? Widget example info book index 9. I see. And it uses a page canvas panel. Or is that just the name of it? I think that's the name of it. Yes, because it uses a size box to override it to 600 by 800. Okay. Okay. So this seems like we have a lot of options to us, and if we wanted to create a widget that allowed us to switch pages like that, we could. I don't... Oh, I recommend having a max of 25 pages. Once that limit is reached, you cannot pick up any more pages and put them into the book. We'll have to turn off that limit too, because I don't really see why that exists. It says you can't pick up any more pages and put them into the book. Fine, but what if I don't want that to be done? What if I want to force more pages than that in the book? I guess I could test it. I also need to set up, the last thing I need to do here is if you find it in the wild. No, that should be fine. I was going to say we could delete it, but I think leaving it out in the wild is fine. We'll just show that the player has collected it. We can do show on loot widget for the ones that you find out in the wild. But that'll only work if it's completely new to your inventory. We'll test it. It'll be difficult to measure. Human brains collectively do have preferences on certain game designs. If that were the case, why are games that we used to consider good now considered outdated? Secret sack. There it is. Aha, got it. I got a curing mixture from that too. Cure disease. Nice. People have better options now due to technology improving. Does technology improving always affect design, or are some designs acceptable at certain periods and not at others? put on the spoon one? I thought we put on the world one. Works though. Let's go see if it's in our bookshelf. Also, environmental influences. That is one additional influence. Aha, it is. Yeah, see, look, this has this is world lore, B world lore. Did we put the wrong strings in? Oh yeah, we did. We messed. We have the strings backwards. Okay. Not a bug. Just wrong strings. I realized I could have just switched the... Weird. There we go. Don't know why that took me so long. Data, strings. Re-import. How do you see that improving technology changes how we perceive games? I think that improving technology can change it, but it's usage of technology that I think is more specific here, right? That as certain technology becomes standardized, I think there is an expectation for games, but that doesn't mean that a game that lacks that technology or fidelity will be bad. But it will limit the appeal. There's always going to be the people that are trying to push fidelity and visual effects. You know, they want that in their game. They will buy your game if it has that, even if the game itself is kind of meh, subjectively. Do I use a state for the player swimming, or do I use just a Boolean? Could the player ever be swimming and read a book at the same time? Not right now. I'm asking myself these questions because I need answers. I just use Booleans. That's going to have to be refactored at some point. Maybe. For now, I will do this though. I want to change the tooltips for the player if they are reading. Granted, we don't really have much input on them yet, but you know, to do. Actually, I can do get player character, I think. No, I have something for this. I have a macro for this. I know I do. I have it. Let me find it. Oh, I just have a is player valid. Well, that's kind of what I wanted to do anyway. Reading. Set is player reading. Technology alone doesn't really follow what is perceived good. Graphics can only do so much, and there's still a huge market for games that are technologically irrelevant now. Yeah, absolutely. Though we can clearly see that old technology that doesn't date well can change players' opinions of whether or not a game is good, though usually what they'll say is it's dated, right? Like look at Oblivion. I think that if you released a game like Oblivion now, there's very clearly going to be a vastly different opinion of the game's design compared to when it released. Or you could say the engine's capabilities. And maybe to some extent the game's design, although maybe not as severe as the view of the engine technology. But I think that depends on a lot of factors. Well, that's exactly, proof why game design is not a sure thing, and even something like age. And in this case, age is a factor because of technological improvements and trends in acceptable game design, or let's use a different term than acceptable, but preferred game design. That game design is not a static thing. There's no game that is perfectly designed in that way. Although that is always a interesting discussion. Even a game like Tetris, right? Still probably the highest selling game of all time. Some people don't like Tetris. Simple as that. It is what it is. Alright, where's my hover tooltip? I think I call this something else, though. Do I call it contextual? No, I do not. I don't know where I put it then. Tooltip. No, it's not there. It's somewhere. Where's the HUD? Context controls. Here we go. Yeah, okay, I see. False, select. Put it up there temporarily. Character ref. Reading. LMB. Next page. Escape. To close the book. That will have to be fixed. That is very janky right now. We'll work on the inputs next time we touch this. For now, though, that should work when we are going up to the book and reading it. When comparing two games, one can objectively appeal to collective human brains more than another. How would you ever quantify that? How would you ever know that? No group of people are the same. You would have to test every single person in the world. I mean, it's also comparing two games that I think are impossible to compare. Yeah, there we go. LMB, next page, escape to close book. And it showed that we got world lore when we picked it up. What happens if I loot that sack? Will it update the physics? Oh yeah, it will. It'll wake up the object. Nice. Okay, well we have books in the game. We have lore books. Not much use to them right now, but that's how everything is until you add use to it. That's kind of awkward. Maybe stand a little ways away. We could also teleport the player. I don't know if we want to do that, but we could teleport the player to a safe spot away if we detect that they are not far enough away from the table. We could just like move them back a little bit. You think that's weird to do, or do you think it's worth doing to prevent this problem? Just live on a z-index of its own in front of all the other content? Not really, because it is a separate... Like, the object is still there. It's not actually a widget. If it were a widget, I could do it. But because it is an object within the world... How do we detect if the player is too close? Distance to root. You spawn the object spawn as a widget and open it? Can't do that, because they're separate actors. And that would be, I think that would be more work than just moving the player back a bit if they are too close, but I want to make sure that we carefully determine if the player is too close. No, I mean, I think asking the questions is fine, because there might be something that you say, even if it sounds dumb, that could be like, wait, well, we can't do that, but I could do that thing. So there's no bad questions. can't really test the route. I could just say it's kind of up to the, it's a prototype. It's up to the player. If you open a book and it's just close it and move back a bit. Like, come on. It's a prototype. It doesn't need to be perfect. I could teleport the player, but I'd have to do it every time because there's not really a super easy way for me to test if the player is in a good spot to do it. Too dependent. Yeah. You say I've made a career out of asking dumb questions and kicking in doors. Yeah, I mean, I think that if you're too afraid to test the waters of something, especially with dumb questions in the world, you're not going to learn anything. It's only by being dumb you can learn how to be smart. And in a lot of cases, you think that you've learned how to be smart, but actually you've just learned one way not to be as dumb as you were before. And there's probably still a better way to be even less dumb. The book of physics when opening, so he eats the bookcase. That could be pretty funny. No, actually, I'm really happy with that. I think that was a very fairly priced plugin that we have retrofitted to our means in one day. And it's quite optimized for what it is, and I think that it works really well for what we want it to do. On our rainbow bookshelf that can support up to 44 books, so way more than we ever need in our prototype. And you cannot jump on it. Sadly, it's not going to happen. So, all in all, pretty good day. And I have something new that I can show off on social media if I want to. Although I hesitate because it's not my book asset, it's not my plugin. And I would have to be very careful in specifying that it is not... I didn't make the books the animation. Better not to. I have to do a lot of work on sounds before the end of our combat. Most of them put the talented artists out there making it for... Yeah, that's true. That's a good idea. I like that. Say, like, we've retrofitted, or... Yeah, we've retrofitted this person's awesome book asset. Here's the fab link. And here's how we plan to use it in our game. And you never know, maybe they have a social media and they'll give us a reverse shout out. That's a good idea. Player can't actually get stuck here. Yeah. I put a blocking volume just to prevent the player from getting stuck here. Because I think about that stuff. But if you do get stuck, there is a teleport. Fill it with a water volume so it's a hidden pool. the prediction gets stopped by the water. Gotta fix that. Yeah, and I gotta fix animals too so they react to potions. But that's what I'm gonna be talking about with the combat designer. Early next week is that we can just kind of nail down exactly what the use cases are for potions. And I was thinking that right now we kind of consider a set of effects as success or failure, but I don't believe that that is enough. Because let's say you have multiple things that can happen to a ingredient if you throw a potion at it, right? Or let's say a box. Maybe it bursts open, maybe it bursts into flames. We need to tell it not whether the resulting effects were successful or not successful, failing, but now what to do in a specific case. What happens if immolate is on that potion? Versus what happens if it's concussive blast. Potion of gigantism, make a plant grow to size where you're unable to pick it. We have to be careful about effects though. The reason being, well, we can make potions and use effects in NPC stories as well, right? So I can make any potion I want and give it to any NPC that I want. But some effects might be so difficult to predict, or it might be so overpowered, that it'll just become a writing nightmare. We had to say that we can't do luck and charm because of that, because luck and charm seems so overpowered from a potion standpoint that while they might be really cool for certain things in, you know, charming a creature or giving yourself a luck boost for looting, from a narrative standpoint they are how do you make it work, right? Oh, couple of toxic caps. Just seeing a world where the player could actually create a new ledge by sizing up a mushroom, but are all effects applicable to all things? I mean, it's a potion and not just sheer magic. One might not work in all things. That's where the gigantism becomes a little bit of a challenge. And I'd rather not have it in the game than have it in the game but have it be so inconsistent that it's frustrating to not know what it applies to. If that makes sense. Now, if there's a way to do it without creating a pain point, sure. More in general, could you have a potion of charm wildlife? Well, it would be a potion with a charm effect on it, right? Because you can create potions with any combination of effects. So there isn't necessarily a potion of insert blank thing. It would just be a potion with that effect on it. And that's where a lot of the I think that's what makes the game so interesting in some respects, but also makes it so difficult to design properly. That's like if I really want night vision and I don't know, fear on my potion, or let's do night vision and I don't know, immolation. We can do that. In fact, we actually have night vision, slow warmth, and immolation on here. So it's like, how do you properly handle all the situations with throwing these potions in the wildlife? Does the ingredients have physics when doing alchemy? Yeah, they do. I mean, right now they're just represented by cubes, and we would obviously have them represented by some sort of mesh. You can't throw it outside of the. Although we could do it now. Well, it's gonna be a little bit of a challenge. You hit the cauldron? It's more like it drops wherever your cursor is, so it's not like you can throw it in that way. We could put immolation and chill on there though. But now chill and warmth are equal to 1, so actually those would not be on the resulting potion. If chill was 2, it would cancel out immolation and warmth. Oh, that's still chill 1. Hold on. There's chill 2. That'll work. Oh, yeah, but because chill 2 is equal to immolation 2, now it cancels everything, so in fact you have a useless potion. It does absolutely nothing. But if we had chill 3... Does chill 3 even exist? We have mystical thistle with chill 3. I don't see chill 3 on anything else. It's pretty rare. Calm down, Rain. Oh, there's chill 3. And not the seashell, it was the mystical thistle. Well, now we have a potion with 6 effects, which I've never actually seen. We have Warmth 1, Immolation 2 that won't appear actually, so that those won't be on the final potion. With Chill 3, Cure Poison 1, Fortify Essence 1, and Restore Essence 2. But Immolation and Warmth will not appear on the final potion. Which, actually, we found a bug that doesn't say that. Why doesn't it say that? That'll be the bug I fix before I go for today. Check for canceled effects. Yeah, we'll jump down to here. 6 valid widgets, that is correct. Fortify essence. Restore essence. Warmth. Immolation. So 2 and 3 should be. The thing is, we double check for that. Or is it because... No, it should appear. Weird. You have a theory that particularly men love gravity and even more so defeating gravity, throwing things and actually getting a nice arch to hit the target. Physics are fun. It is fun. Okay, this one is grab the string, grab the effect type, build the string. Warmth. Warmth 1. Warmth 1, comma, immolation 2. Let's say that though. And it should be the current, when current index is equal to last index. I know why. It's because we need to run that also here. That's the reason. So let me brew this potion so that I know what's on it. I'll fix our bug. Because this would only be true if it was a canceled effect. Otherwise, if we get to the end, I'll do it like this. Get build string. Find substring. Index starting from 0 of the first occurrence. Does it return -1 if it doesn't find it? It's a kind of stupid way to handle it, but I'm just going to search for conflicts. If conflicts doesn't appear, then we need to add the we need to append this to it, right? And is equal to -1. Get build string, append set build string. Is it a great way of doing it? No. Will it work? Yeah. Should you share this information with anybody? No. Not tell anyone. Alright, let's grab red desert flower, normal. Flame fin starfish, normal. Elder mist fermented. Violet frog dort, distilled. And mystical thistle, normal. And it should now show that, yes, Immolation 2, Warmth 1 will not appear on the final potion due to conflicts in effects. And you can see here it doesn't affect the naming, of course. I think. Yeah, so that's working as properly. Wintry draft of Essence Restoration. I like it. It sucks and I love it. What a potion. What a beautiful potion. I will throw it at this tree. And it did nothing. Beautiful. Potion of Conflict. It's actually kind of fun if you, there's a little bit of special use cases for the potion naming. Since it is based on the effects that are on there, and it will prioritize effects that are higher tier, so that if, for instance, if we had chill at level 3, it will always use chill in either the prefix or the suffix. However, if you only have poison, I'll grab some poison, it will name it based after the tier of poison. If you have poison and something else, anything to be honest, I hope it just gives me something, your disease, it will now say, it will still use poison instead of potion, but then it will add the prefix or suffix for the other effect that is chosen in this case. And in this case, we only have cure disease. So it says disease curing poison, toxin of cure disease. Toxin of curing, I love it. It just piss, essentially, is what it is. I can throw something like slow on there. And now it will choose either cure disease or slow to append to it. Actually, no, it will ignore poison. It will use poison in the name, but now it will be curing poison of lethargy or something, you know, something like that. Sluggish toxin of cure disease, slowing poison of curing, lethargic toxin of cure disease. So I did put some thought behind the potion naming so that it sounds quite legitimate, depending on what you have in it. Potion of curing urine. If you're curious what that looks like, I can show you the naming. Where do I do it? Oh, randomized potion name. It was quite a little bit of work. But I wanted to separate it so that it was a bit easier to tell. But I think it was worth the effort because the outcome feels quite nice. All right. I think that's it for me today. Unless we have any bugs with structures that I have to fix. In fact, I should fix this attempted to access index 0. Script message called by options. Oh, it might have been this. I'll fix this in any structure bugs, and then we can say bye-bye for the weekend. And I will be here on Monday if anybody missed that. I know previously I said I wouldn't be here on Monday. I will be here on Monday, doing more Cauldron Chronicles. We're not leaving yet, but in a few seconds we will. In a few minutes, once I fix this bug. But I will see you Monday, Bless 3D. Unless I die over the weekend, which is possible. And, you know, I don't know. Somebody finish my game for me. If I die, contact Kotzberg on Discord. He'll get you the repo. You can finish the game for me. Put me in there as a NPC that just shows up and then just dies. I think that'd be kind of funny. And yeah, that would be great. Okay, we have no structure issues. We just have the WBP options, which was getting attempted to access index 0 from array. Of length is 0. Where was that? Get Sean B to do guest cameo voice an NPC of himself saying he died quickly. That'd be pretty funny. Does it say which it was in apply options. The fuck is going on down here? Get out of here. The fuck? Okay, where do we grab array of anything? Inventory hotbar. It's possible that it's just not validated yet. Something is being created before something else here. Which this wouldn't cause a bug necessarily, but I need to figure out what's being created. We create options last, I thought. We create the game HUD and then the dialogue widget. So you know what I bet it is? It's this. But we do a validation check. I guess I'll just put a validation check here too. And if we see that pop up again, we can always fix it. All right. Guys, thank you so much for an awesome week. I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you for all the lovely follows today. Need job coder. AJ, Grizzy RP, and thank you, Mad Chirpy, for the raid earlier. I really appreciate that. I will see you all on Monday for more Cauldron Chronicles. Hopefully, we will have something fun to take on. If I don't get to talking with our combat designer Killian soon enough, we will implement Spoon's book rewarding on Monday. That's the plan. All right, guys. Thank you so much, Bashton, Bless3D, Runty Robot, Ice Krieg, all the other people lurking. I love you so much. Take care. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. And if you don't know that we have YouTube, we have a YouTube where you can check out all of our past videos and VODs of development, as well as some reactions to game development things and also some gameplay. So if that interests you, type !YouTube or check the link below our channel. And I will see you all on Monday. Stay safe, stay awesome. Cheers. Good luck on your games, guys. See ya. Bye.